And now the champion, Yuri Kui, making his way to the ring to defend his title for the first time. And every time I talk to a new world champion, you know, the relief and the excitement and the joy from winning a world title, no doubt a dream come true, right? But then automatically that puts a target on your back.
Yep.
Winning the title is one thing, but being able to defend it once you know that you're no longer being the hunter, but the hunted is a completely different animal.
It's a double-edged sword. Being at the top comes with its perks for sure, but you know, at the top, everyone can see you. Everyone's gunning for you, so that's exactly what's happening here.
Never mind someone that you've already shared the ring
Tell
with
me
for
about
10
it.
rounds.
These guys know each other. There's no bad blood to be made.
Boxing fans may have been up with us here in the studio for Akui's last fight, which ultimately ended one of the sport's longest title reigns when he fought Artem Dalakian back in January of this year in Osaka, Japan. That's where he won the WBA flyweight title. Didn't waste any time either getting back in the ring to defend that world title just a few months later. And you know, every fighter that got the opportunity, I'm sure they were lined up to be able to fight on this historic card at this historic venue on this historic night for boxing in Japan.
That's another important thing to note with both fighters here is there's no ring rust that's got to be brushed off. They both have fought fairly recent. Akui more recent than Kuwahara, but still, there's no ring rust. They're both fresh. I think we'll see that.
And we'll take you inside now for the official introductions.
WBA 世界フライ級タイトルマッチ、この試合の試合役員は WBA スーパーバイザーウォン・キム、日本ボクシングコミッションコミッショナーは萩原実、スーパーバイザー安河内剛、タイムキーパー野中潤太、チーフタイムキーパー田畑真一、コミッションドクターは中村雅彦、リングサイドコミッションドクターは浅本俊二。またこの試合を採点するリングサイドの3名のジャッジはまずタイ王国ピニット・プラヤドソブ、同じくジャッジプエルトリコホセ・ロベルト・トーレス、そして日本古田義和、そしてこの試合をストップする唯一の権限を持つレフェリーはアメリカ合衆国ラウール・カイズ・ジュニア。それでは大橋フェニックスプロモーション、そしてテイケンプロモーションプライムビデオプレゼンツライブボクシング8 WBA 世界フライ級タイトルマッチ12ラウンドを行います。まずは赤コーナー、プロ戦績は22戦19勝2敗1引き分け、19勝のうち11勝がノックアウト、公式計量は112パウンド、倉敷森保事務所属。本日のこの試合は今年1月に当時まで無敗の世界王者から奪取した王座の初防衛戦、 WBA 世界フライ級チャンピオンユリアクイ。そして青コーナー、プロ戦績は14戦13勝、敗戦は3年前に目の前の現世界王者から喫した1敗のみ、そして13勝のうち8勝がノックアウト、公式計量は112パウンド、大橋事務所属。現在の世界ランクは WBA 世界フライ級第3位。この試合の勝利は世界王座初挑戦での獲得と、そのプロキャリアで喫した唯一の黒星の雪辱となる第46代の OPBF 東洋太平洋フライ級チャンピオン桑原スピードスター。
Fighter chief second. Mouthpiece. No, mouthpiece. Fighter chief second, please. Mouthpiece. All right, gentlemen, you received the instructions in the dressing room. Know what I expect, good, clean fight. Legal punches, here for you. Legal punches, here for you. Touch gloves, good to both of you.
Roel Kaez Jr., the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Nico Ali Walsh on the call here with you. The first of 4 championship fights on the telecast, taking place at the Tokyo Dome in Tokyo, Japan. This fight, the rematch of their 2021 bout in which Inoue walked away with a TKO victory in round 10. Will Kuwahara get revenge tonight? Or will we hear and still WBA flyweight world champion Seigo Yuri Inoue? And here we go, Inoue in the green shorts with the brown trim. Kawahara in the white trunks with blue trim. Both fighters in the orthodox stance. Inoue's last fight just 104 days ago when he became world champion in a 12-round unanimous decision victory against Artem Delakian.
We're gonna see if Kuwahara is antsy here. I know he's been waiting to get this revenge, this rematch.
Definitely on the offensive early here is Kuwahara.
He wants to make a statement this fight.
Especially when the only blemish on your record is
to the man standing in front of you.
Exactly right.
Yeah, he's got to make a statement.
Kawahara looking to establish that jab. Nice right hand lands there from Inoue.
Kuwahara's using the ring.
Nice body shot there with the left hand, and Inoue looks to counter with the right over the top. Nice work there on that exchange from Kuwahara.
Kuwahara's going to his right a lot. He keeps getting caught with right hands, which I think is why he switched up mid-round. Now he's going more towards his left. Good feints.
I like that doubling up on that jab. Nice exchanges there by both guys. Inoue cutting off the ring fairly well. When he does, he's able to land a little bit better as Kuwahara seems content working around the outside here in round 1. Doubling up on the jab, right hand, left, 4-punch combination there.
He's using his feet very well, Kuwahara. The only question is, will that make him tired throughout the fight?
Seconds. Step at the bell. 10 seconds.
It's a good start here to round 1 for the challenger.
That was an action-packed round.
Into the red corner of Inoue now.
戦績は22戦19勝2敗引き分け、19勝のうち11勝がノックアウトというものです。青コーナー、桑原拓大橋事務所、1995年4月生まれ、
That was a good round for Kuwahara. I just believe he was a little bit too antsy, but that's to be expected for a first round. He's got a lot of time to make up and do better.
Round 2 in this scheduled 12-round bout.
Akui's the hunter. He's coming forward.
Oh, nice counter shot there by Akui. Snapped the head back of Kuwahara.
That comes from Kuwahara throwing and not moving afterwards. He's staying still after his combos.
Observing his work, admiring his work, if you will.
Yeah, taking a picture is what a lot of the guys say.
Sure. Doubling up on the jab, getting caught with the counter left hand there by Akui. Same shot.
Kuwahara's doing great with his combos. He's just standing there afterwards. That's the only problem.
This is just the uppercut and work around the high guard of Akui. I like the combination work from both guys, Nico. Very rarely are you seeing one punch, even if it's a jab, they're doubling up on that jab.
What's great is that their punch selection is changing. It's only round 2. They're throwing different combos.
Point to the body as well, a little more here in round 2. Way to hook with that lead hand for Akui there, and finishes that combination with a straight right.
Kuwahara is in a high guard, which is great to be for a puncher like Akui. But Akui is real sharp right now. He's landing those precise punches through the guard, which is hard to do.
Oh, catches him there. It seems like Akui has great success when he's able to time Kuwahara's shots and counter and throw when Kuwahara is attempting to throw as well. He's found something here in round 2 that he didn't have in round 1. That uppercut with the right hand just missed from Kuwahara.
Akui's waiting for the moment right before Kuwahara shoots, and then that's when he throws his combos. Feints would work against an opponent like Akui. He's very, very fast, very reactive.
Oh, nice quick combination there from Akui. As Kuwahara tries to throw some of those hooks around the guard and catches him there slightly with the left hand.
10 seconds, stop at the bell.
Nice get back around here for Akui.
That was a great round for both of them. I expected this fight to be the way that it's going. You know, both guys coming at each other. I feel like Akui's landing more of the solid punches.
Like that one right there with the right hand.
Yeah, those are tough shots to take. You can't take those for 12 rounds.
And we talked about Akui catching Kuwahara as he's throwing.
Yeah.
And he made a good adjustment there and had some success beating him to the punch.
If I were Kuwahara's coaches, I would double up on those feints. He only feinted a little bit that round, but when he did, Akui was very reactive to it.
I think he did it more so in round 1.
Yeah, he got away from it a little bit. But that's how you get away with those high-level guys. You got to feint them. They're very reactive. They're very fast.
Kuwahara doing a good job there, getting his head off the line when he threw his shot.
Kuwahara is trying to block the traffic with his hands. He's trying to block Inoue from throwing.
That hook seems to be working here early in round 3 for Kuwahara. A lot of work here with the left hand to start round 3.
That was a great combo.
Sure was.
Kuwahara looks a little more relaxed this round.
Inoue looking to feint there. Almost using kind of a jab step with that lead foot, and there he lands a right hand to the body and then back up top with the left.
The left hook seems to not be missing for Inoue. And his jab is just so perfect.
Down to the body, then back up top. Nice combination there. Those hooks scoring for Inoue.
Again, Kuwahara's blocking perfectly. His hands are up, but Inoue's sharp with those hooks. He's going around the guard. Those are shots that are hard to block.
Especially in the combination when you're bringing them up and down, working the body and then finishing back up top.
Yeah, it's hard to guess where he's throwing next.
Down to the body for Kuwahara with that lead left hand.
For someone as fast as Inoue, you gotta start investing a little bit to the body. Slow him down just a tad.
Or a lot of it, why not?
Yeah, why not? The body shots are the best shots in boxing.
Something I anticipate seeing a lot of in our main event tonight from both sides.
Oh, definitely.
Naoya Inoue and Luis Nery. Undisputed junior featherweight championship later this evening, this morning, wherever you are. Worth waiting for. As round 3 nears a close, pretty back and forth round here. Tokyo Dome.
Definitely.
Good fight.
I think everyone should have expected this kind of fight. It's back and forth action. There hasn't been one lapse in pace. These guys are going at it. And I have a feeling it's going to be this way however long the fight goes. If it goes 12, it's going to be like this for 12 rounds. Look at those shots. He's going around the guard. Sometimes when you're blocking the way that Kuwahara's blocking, he's opening his hands. Sometimes those shots hurt just as much as getting hit flush. You hit yourself with your palms.
Go, take it down, mouthpiece in.
Round 4.
As we get ready here for round 4 of a scheduled 12-rounder, the WBA featherweight world title on the line. The champ, Inoue, versus the challenger, Kuwahara. Kuwahara's won 4 of his last 5 fights since his lone defeat by stoppage to Inoue. Nice combination, although some of those punches blocked by Inoue as Inoue looks to answer with the left to the body.
Inoue's able to block these shots so effectively because he's closing his hands. When Kuwahara's blocking, he's opening his hands, which
Bring it back.
when those shots get blocked, it feels like they're landing. It feels the same. Kuwahara's got to take away Inoue's best power shot right now, which is his jab. His jab's always landing. That was a great shot.
Yeah, lots of good work there from Kuwahara, who's found a bit of a rhythm here in round 4 again.
Here we go.
and Inoue is doing amazing at cutting off the ring. It's that mental pressure. He doesn't even have to throw a punch. He's just coming forward and cutting off the ring. It's creating a ton of pressure for Kuwahara.
And you know when you watch Kuwahara fight, if you've seen him fight before, watch tape, you know he utilizes the full ring. He always works away. This is just, that's textbook of his style. So I'm sure in sparring, when you're having your partners emulate that, you're constantly working on cutting off the ring and then throwing big shots like that with the left hand.
Kuwahara backs up. He takes one step back sometimes as a form of defense, which is great. But if Inoue steps forward like he just did, he'll keep catching him with a shot because he's still on the line, Kuwahara. Those hooks normally land for Inoue.
Kuwahara down to the body with the left hand there.
Inoue's defense is very impressive.
Even some of these shots, I mean, depending on where you're sitting, look like they're landing, but they're deflecting right off the guard of Inoue.
Yeah, he's got a strong guard. Even when they're fully blocked, it doesn't look like they're penetrating his defense.
And that one snapped the head back there of Kuwahara.
10 seconds, stop at the bell.
Nice right hand.
Good.
I mean, not a lot separating these two in each round.
No, I mean, they're close rounds. It depends how you're looking at them, who's landing the cleaner shots. I believe Inoue is. But, you know, Kuwahara's throwing a lot more. It seems like Akui's picking his shots, but he's doing a good job at that. That's a great shot. He's got, if Kuwahara wants to stay successful, he's got to keep throwing and moving. Avoid those big shots.
And there's where you were talking about where he kind of threw his shots and then kept his head right there on the line and then got caught with that right hand there.
Yeah. He will completely change the fight, Kuwahara, if he throws and moves.
So crazy to me each time calling these fights, you know, from Japan, how there's, you know, arguably, I mean, it's 55,000, it's going to be sold out, and every seat almost looks full, and I feel like you can hear a pin drop as soon as the bell rings. It's just how the Japanese fight fans are. It's amazing. There's so much concentration. There's so much respect for what these guys do, and
it's incredible. It almost adds more pressure in the ring. I mean, I can only imagine fighting in a silent crowd.
You should have fought in the bubble.
Oh, no, I really couldn't imagine that.
I mean, those guys will tell you that was like, it was hard to get up for those fights. It felt like a sparring session a lot of times was the things that guys would tell us from that experience. Not as used to that here in the States.
No,
or in most other places in the world, to be honest.
No, yeah, I mean, I watched those fights. But the Japanese fans, they react on big shots.
That was a nice shot to the body from Kuwahara there. He holds and gets in a right hand.
Yep, that was good. He uses his feet very well. He did, what he just did there was he threw and he moved.
But
if
Kuwahara.
he keeps doing that, Kuwahara, yeah. If he keeps doing that, you know, the rounds will start adding up.
And he's having a good round 5 here.
Yeah.
Inoue slips under that shot, looks to get back to the jab, looks to counter. Good feint, and then came forward with that combination. What you were looking for earlier, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, their height and their reach is almost the same, so it's hard. Neither has an advantage over the other when it comes to like being able to outbox them or anything. So they just got to be smart.
Nice body work there from Kuwahara. He's had a lot of success with his lead hand. Akui.
That was a good way he backed up and countered Kuwahara.
The right hand finds success.
Stop! No, no, no. Box.
Beautiful defense by Kuwahara.
And then back to the jab. And I don't know if you're thinking there for Akui as Kuwahara puts an exclamation point on that round with that last shot
Yeah,
there.
maybe getting a little overconfident.
Kind of just, you know, Akui, I feel like kind of just cruised through that round. I don't feel like that was one of his better rounds, as Kuwahara was definitely in control there.
Kuwahara is more dangerous, I would say, because he's got something to prove. Akui beat Kuwahara already, but Kuwahara is coming back, you know, with bad intentions. He's got a lot more to prove. That was a lot better round for Kuwahara.
Round 6.
And we're halfway through our first world title fight on the night. Still to come, Takuma Inoue taking on Sho Ishida in our next bout. Yoshiki Takai taking on Jason Maloney in our co-main event. And then, of course, the undisputed junior featherweight championship, Naoya Inoue, looking to remain the junior featherweight king against Luis Nery in our main event. Christina Poncher and Nico Ali Walsh here with you on the call. A little more pep in the step here to start round 6 for Akui.
Definitely, he could have gotten yelled at in the corner for dropping his hands the last second of the last round.
Nico, how challenging is it to fight a fighter who is consistently on the move, like like Kuwahara is throughout the fight?
It's tough, even if Akui's not throwing, coming forward, fighting a pressure fighter like that, it puts on mental pressure, like I said, and that mental pressure just makes you want to throw or move. See, he's getting caught with those right hands. I think it's from Kuwahara going to his left constantly.
Nice work there when they stand and throw. Kuwahara is having some nice success, but Akui also being able to go down to the body right there again, right on cue, and then Kuwahara answers right back with the left hand. Down to the body again.
Yeah.
Good shots there. There he hooks around the guard with the right hand down to the body with the left for Akui.
They both decided to go to the body this round. That could slow the fight down. Body shots, no matter how strong you are, they will slow your punches down, and they do add up.
Stop! No, no, no.
Right hand connects there from Akui.
His hooks, Akui's hooks are just, they're great. They're going around the guard every single time.
Drop his head.
Those shots, even though his hands are up, Akui's landing those shots still.
And Kuwahara looks to answer back with some work down to the body, finishing up top. Fast hands on display now for Kuwahara. He's like, okay, now it's my turn.
10 seconds.
Doubling off the jab, shooting the right hand
Here we go, box.
for Akui. Second half of that round was really good.
Yeah, some of these rounds are going to get hard to score if they keep going like that. That right hook. Akui doesn't stop. When he lands a punch, he keeps throwing. He's finding a ton of success with that.
And then how about that transition from offense to defense in slow motion? You can see how he just perfectly placed his hands to block those shots from Kuwahara.
Yeah, his defense is incredible, Inoue. He doesn't necessarily move his head. He just keeps his hands up, but in a strong guard.
Round 7.
As they touch him up here for round 7. Nice combination down to the body for Inoue to get started here. Kuwahara looking to shoot that uppercut. We haven't seen that much in the fight thus far.
Gotta move his head after throwing Kuwahara.
Try to get those winning gloves right back up, but Inoue beating him to the punch.
Inoue's relentless with his combos. He's constantly throwing. It seems as if Inoue's going for maybe another stoppage. The way he's fighting, a ton of pressure. He's relentless with those punches. It looks like he's punching with intention too. He's turning on every punch.
Right through the guard again as Kuwahara looks to counter back into the corner now.
That was a good shot. He's catching Kuwahara on the ropes. It becomes target practice when an opponent has their hands up in high guard and they're on the ropes, like right now.
Starts tagging the body. Like that. Kuwahara doesn't want that, so he brings the action back to the center of the ring. And this stance right here is not what we've seen much, where Kuwahara is in the middle of the ring and Inoue's on the outside, down to the body. Good combination there for Kuwahara.
We have a cut.
Right.
Red corner, punch over the right eye.
And you heard referee Rokais Jr. say that we have a cut on Inoue's eye, he said.
Yeah, this becomes target practice when Kuwahara leaves his hands up and stays on the ropes. He was doing a lot better when he was in the center.
Stop! No punch, no punch.
It gets tough to move when you're moving that much and that fast as Kuwahara was in the first few rounds. He's slowed down a bit with his movement. He's not using the ring as much anymore.
And I think that's something you mentioned earlier is, would he be able to continue the amount of movement that he's exhibited early as these rounds continue to go on?
Yeah, that's tough. As much as he was moving, it's nearly impossible to do that the way he was for 12 full rounds.
10 seconds, stop at the bell.
Nice right hand there from Inoue as we end round 7.
Kuwahara looked like he was breathing heavier than Inoue at the end of that round. See, Inoue's finding success. He's throwing at the same time almost as Kuwahara. See, Inoue's catching him in the middle of Kuwahara's combinations. And his defense is looking great still, Inoue's.
Round 8.
Here in round 8 for Kuwahara, since he got stopped by Inoue in 2021, that was in the 10th round. He's only gone past round 4 once, and that was in 2022 when he won a unanimous decision. But he has been getting guys out of there so quickly his last 4 of his last 5 fights that It'll be interesting to see here in these later rounds if he decides to stand and exchange a little bit more with Inoue.
Akui's last 3 fights went the distance, so that could be an advantage for him. He's getting those rounds, that ring time. When you knock out your opponents or you stop them before the final bell, sometimes that's a disadvantage if you don't get those rounds and you don't get that time in the ring.
I mean, if you're going back to a year ago, he's only fought 4 rounds in this last year.
Yeah.
His last fight was 299 days ago, and it was a 4th round KO. Before that, he had a 1st round KO in 2023, and that was his only fight in 2023.
Yeah, it's tough when you're not getting those rounds. It's always great to get the stoppage victory, but getting the rounds is real important too. And Inoue just looks more seasoned with the rounds. He's been getting a ton more rounds.
And his last fight was only a little over 100 days ago, so.
Yeah, a lot more recent.
Oh, nice counter with that right hand. The first shot from Inoue there snapped the head back of Kuwahara. It was like almost he lulled him into it. It was like nothing, 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 and then boom.
Yeah, Akui's waiting
Caught him
for
sleeping.
him to throw that first punch. After that jab, after Kuwahara's jab, Inoue unleashes rather his combo.
Another strong jab there from Inoue. Body shot there for Kuwahara. I mean, that's been a good scoring shot for him when he lets it go, the left hand.
The only issue with landing that left hand is that Kuwahara has to go to his left and risk getting hit with the right hand to land that left hook to the body.
10 seconds, come at the bell.
See, again,
Shoots it again, yeah.
they both threw that shot. You got to ask yourself, if you're Kuwahara, is the left hook landing to your opponent's body worth taking the right hand?
Well, then what does he need to do, Nico, to be able to land his shot and avoid the counter?
The only way to avoid that is throwing the left hook to the body and moving immediately after, which he hasn't really been doing. Kuwahara's been throwing his shots and kind of staying there. I think Akui's kind of lulling him, like you said.
And getting caught with counters just like that.
Yeah, see, I mean, Inoue throws his shots, but he's almost got like a textbook defense where he throws his jab and he's keeping his right up. He throws his right and he's keeping his left hand up. So, you know, that's not the same for Kuwahara right now. Kuwahara's throwing his shots and not bringing them back to his face in time, and Inoue's catching them.
Round 9.
Inoue's waiting for Kuwahara to throw a lazy jab. He keeps catching him every time he throws a lazy jab.
The hand speed on display once again for Inoue there as he scores on that jab, and it's just that first punch is so sharp from Inoue. Nice job changing levels on it there, shooting it down to the body, but then gets caught with the left hand from Kuwahara.
Kuwahara got away from the feinting a few rounds ago. It was working very well for him, I thought.
I think Inoue's defense has been pretty solid tonight, too, as he catches him with the right hand there.
Very. The best place to shoot when you've got a guy that's got great blocking the way Inoue does is to throw to the body. It's impossible to block the body and the head at the same time.
Doubling up on the jab, 1-2 from Inoue there. Again with the 1-2. Kawahara keeping that lead left hand a little bit low when he moves to his left, right into the danger of that right hand from Inoue.
He's moving a lot, but he's still getting caught because he's putting his hands down while he moves. Inoue's got the distance on him.
Good work there from Inoue.
Inoue's conditioning has to be amazing. It's, you know, it's tough being Kuwahara and using the ring, but it seems like it's even tougher to cut off the ring. That constant pressure is tough.
Down to the body, having success with that left hand, and then a right uppercut from Kawahara scores as he looks to counter with the right hand. And at this point, he's almost like, okay, I'm going to eat some of these shots from Inoue to get mine in and hopefully hurt Inoue.
Yeah, I feel he's head hunting a bit too much now. It looks like he's getting a little frustrated. Inoue is still very, very calm. I believe he knows he's most likely up on the scorecards. That's one of those shots where he's so accurate, Inoue, that he's finding the holes in his guard, Kuwahara. Look, he's picking around his guard. Inoue's real sharp with his punches. That was a great combo from Kuwahara, but not much of those landed.
Round 10.
Round 10 of this 12-round World Championship fight, the champion Inoue having some good success here in these last few rounds, where it's kind of more of a back and forth affair through kind of the early and middle rounds, but it seems as though Inoue has pulled away these last few rounds.
Definitely. And this is that magical 10th round. Last time these guys fought, Inoue stopped him in this round, so I know this is a special round for Kuwahara.
Down to the body goes Inoue, back up top with the jab.
It seems like Kuwahara's headhunting right now. I believe he thinks that he's losing on the scorecard, so he might go for a knockout these next few rounds.
He got caught there with the left. Nice combination lands for Inoue, and Kawahara looking a little bit bewildered as far as game plan is concerned. Adjustments need to be made, and he's continuously getting tagged, and Inoue's doing a good job also of changing up his shots, changing up the speed of his shots. Sometimes to just enough keep busy, and then he'll come with a heavier shot down to the body or with the right hand as he catches Kuwahara moving to the right. See how he just peppered that jab, just double it up real quick, and then he'll throw a harder shot there with the lead left hand.
Kuwahara's been on his back foot the whole fight. Inoue's been going forward the whole fight. If I was Kuwahara, I would change it up now and try to stay put, not let him push you back anymore, because that's clearly a strength for Inoue when he's coming forward.
There's a right hand that scores there for Kuwahara on the end of that exchange, and again. But it's like Inoue gets it right back. Left hand scores there for Kuwahara.
The jab for Inoue is just, it's a bow and arrow type jab. It's just every time landing, snapping that head back. Those kind of shots don't hurt, but they look bad. And you could lose rounds because of that.
Ten seconds, stop at the bell.
Mouth kind of wide open now, too, for Kuwahara, who even looks a little bit frustrated, huh? In his body language walking back to the corner, Nico.
He definitely looks more tired than Akui. He's been moving the whole fight. That's a great body shot from Kuwahara, though. The way that Akui blocks is very annoying if you're Kuwahara, because he blocks so strong and your punches don't land. For an opponent like that, you've got to go to the body more. And when Kuwahara was thrown to the body, they were landing, and it looked beautiful in the replay there at the beginning.
Round 11.
So Yuri Akui sees round 11 for only the second time as a pro. He went the distance all 12 rounds with Artem Dalakian in his last fight to win the world title. First time ever going the 12-round distance. Now the second time seeing round 11. The same can be said for Kuwahara. And he lands a right hand there, does Akui.
Kuwahara's turning his head instead of blocking that right hand, which isn't good, because if Akui lands on the temple or on the earlobe even, that he can hit a place where Kuwahara won't be able to recover from.
And that's more what you want to see, right, Nico? Him standing there and
yeah, that would be his best bet, because Kuwahara working on the back foot is working for Akui. Some people like chasing guys in the ring. Some people are better off as that forward pressure fighter. You got to give them different looks, because Kuwahara is down most likely on the scorecard right now.
Some good work there to the body from Akui. He kind of just leaves that stick out there, not really throwing it, Nico, with much force right now.
Yeah, he's trying to block the pathway of that right hand, Kuwahara. And anytime Akui catches him staying put with his hands up, he just goes off. And he's breathing heavy. These punches add up.
I mean, Akui's stayed pretty calm and collected throughout the entire fight.
His composure, Akui's composure is incredible. And Akui's cutman did a great job on his eye, because he got that cut under his right eye a few rounds ago, and it's looked like it hasn't really been giving him any trouble at all.
Yeah, non-factor for sure. And in fights like we've seen lately, you cannot stress enough the importance of a good cut man.
That'll ruin a fight. You could be winning a fight, and if you get a bad cut, it'll be over. That was a great exchange for Kuwahara. The last 20 seconds.
That was excellent. I don't know if it was enough to get him the round, as Akui gets his get back quickly. But still shows you that he's a live dog in there for sure.
This last round should be interesting. We can assume that Kuwahara believes he's down on the scorecards. He may go for that knockout.
So it almost looks like he was wincing a little bit there with that shot at the corner.
Yeah.
Last round, touch gloves.
They're taking care of Akui's cut. That's one of the worst areas to have a cut. If you don't have a good cut, man, that cut can completely ruin a fight. If your opponent starts targeting that cut, and that wasn't from a clash of heads either, that was from a punch.
It's actually the first time that Inoue has ever had to deal with that sort of adversity. If I've never been cut before.
Yeah.
As they hug it out before we start round at 12. 3 minutes left in this World Championship fight.
Kuwahara's going for it.
He's got to.
The only issue is that they're all headshots. He's head-hunting only. That becomes predictable for Inoue.
Inoue looking to catch and shoot right there as he answers back with the right hand. Just deflecting those shots off the glove. Just beautiful defense here from Inoue.
The difference with Kuwahara and Inoue is when Inoue lands, the shots look like they're bothering Kuwahara.
Like that left hand to the body that snuck in there. Huh?
Yeah. See, when he's throwing his combos, he's throwing from his torso almost, Kuwahara is. So it's easy to be countered in the middle of the combo.
You're also not generating as much force on the shots because it's not coming from your legs, from your face. Right?
No, you can't fully turn those shots, and then it becomes, non-power punches.
Down to the body. Again goes Inoue. Again with the left hand to the body.
His body shots are great.
Yeah. Kuwahara had to hold there. Left hand finding a home. He's looking to get the finish here in round 12. Kuwahara using. Yeah, go ahead, Nico.
I'm sorry, his defense is still just so sharp. It's the 12th round.
You can definitely see Kuwahara's punches coming. He often has his hands just in perfect position to pick off those shots. And then he's had success countering to the body, especially with that left hand.
Kuwahara may have started the round too fast. He slowed down a ton in the midway point.
"35 seconds left to go here in the first world title fight on the broadcast, and Kuwahara looking to give it everything that he's got right here. As you can just kind of tell that he's exhausted in throwing these shots as Inoue is putting on what has been, especially through the second half of this fight, a beautiful performance both offensively and defensively in his first world title defense of that WBA flyweight title. And this one is going to go to the scorecards. Good fight.
Great.
And immediately the fighters embrace after going 12 rounds. I mean, that's 22 rounds between the two of them. They've faced each other in the ring. Last fight ending with Inoue getting that victory in the last round. Surely looked like he would have he did try to go for it then in the 12th round. But instead, we'll see how the judges have this one scored and then move on to the WBA Bantamweight Championship between Takuma Inoue and Sho Ishida. That's coming up next.
Yeah, Kuwahara definitely gave his all at the end of this fight.
I think this was a great performance, and I think even from what Inoue learned in the last fight against Dalakian and how much Dalakian moved and how much he fought at a distance and how he kind of keeps his hands low and stuff, like he just grew from those rounds, those 12 rounds, and it showed tonight, I feel, in this fight against Kuwahara, who was also constantly on the move.
The difference is the first time these guys fought, you got to understand if you're Kuwahara that both you and your opponent have grown since the last fight. So Inoue looked different. He looked better in this fight than the first fight.
118対110以上3対0のユナニマスディシジョンをもちまして 勝者 WBA 世界フライ級チャンピオンユリアクイ
And Yuri Akui is still the WBA flyweight champion, winning a wide unanimous decision, now 22-1 as a professional. 117, 110 twice, and 118, 110. Yeah, 117, 111 twice.
Yeah. I think we expected a unanimous decision. That was a great performance from Akui.
And I think some of those earlier rounds were closer, but
Definitely.
Akui was able to pull away definitely through the second half of that fight, winning 117, 111 on 2 scorecards, 118, 110 on the third.
He had ring generalship the entire fight, Akui. You know, he was walking down Kuwahara the entire fight, and it seemed like anything he wanted to be done was happening.
All right, let's take you through a recap. And right away, I mean, these guys threw a ton of punches. They were throwing in combinations, a lot more to the head in the beginning before they started to really invest in the body. And we saw a lot of Kuwahara working around the outside and Akui kind of maintaining that center ground. But he was able, like you said, Nico, to constantly put the pressure, even when he wasn't throwing punches, cutting off the ring.
Yeah.
It was just beautiful work, especially defensively. I think we can't stress enough how much he was able to show his defensive prowess in this fight as well.
Yeah, for a fighter like Kuwahara, he likes to use the ring. He likes to move. The downfall, the kryptonite of every mover in boxing is the body. That will slow down any fighter, and I feel like it slowed down Kuwahara at the tail end of the fight. He ended up finding himself on the ropes a lot by Akui.
All right, that was a good start to our broadcast. An entertaining fight, one that Akui pulled away later on in the fight. And I look forward to seeing him back in the ring next in that talented weight class. Coming up next, Takuma Inoue taking on Sho Ishida. That one, the WBA Bantamweight Championship, scheduled for 12 rounds. Ishida is the WBA mandatory challenger. This will be the second defense of that Bantamweight Championship for Inoue. What do you like about our next fight, Nico?
This next fight is going to be interesting to say the least because, you know, first off, I love the fact that, you know, you've got a boxing family fighting on this card. You know, you've got both Inoue's fighting, which is going to be awesome. But Ishida is more of a power puncher than Takuma is. But you know, Takuma doesn't need to really have that power because he's got great footwork and he knows how to use the ring. So he doesn't necessarily need to have an incredibly strong punch. It'll be interesting to see how he does against Ishida.
I wonder if these brothers like fighting on the same card. I mean, it's already hard being the younger brother of, you know, arguably the pound-for-pound king of boxing.
Right.
And then you guys both fight on the same card. You both have your father in your corner as your trainer. I mean, that's got to be stressful. I know Andrew and Jason Maloney, I've had conversations with them fighting on the same card, and they don't prefer it.
Yeah, it's got to be real interesting. I know the Maloney brothers, I wonder how they feel in particular because, you know, they're twins. So it's definitely tough. I'm sure they love fighting together, but maybe sometimes it's good to have that independence or you know, it's different for everyone. I wonder how they feel, though, the Inoues.
Well, let's look at the upcoming schedule because the other Maloney brother that's not fighting tonight is fighting soon on an undercard in Australia. I mean, we're talking about the Maloneys. We might as well talk about our next fight coming up May 11th in Perth. Vasily Lomachenko versus George Kambosos Jr. That one for the vacant IBF lightweight championship. Those lightweight belts are vacated when Devin Haney moved up. And speaking of moving up, Emmanuel Navarrete is now fighting for a vacant WBO lightweight title as he moves up, taking on Denis Berinchyk. That one Saturday, May 18th in San Diego, California. So two of the lightweight belts, new champions, will be decided in the coming weeks. And then Xander Saez in his very first headliner, Puerto Rican weekend at the theater at Madison Square Garden, taking his taking a step up, in my opinion, in competition against Patrick Teixeira. That one's scheduled for 10 rounds on Saturday, June 8th. Nico, looking at those fights, some great names on that. Obviously, Vasily Lomachenko, Emmanuel Navarrete, pound-for-pound talent there. Xander Saya is getting his first opportunity at the Garden, first main event.
Incredible.
What are you most looking forward to in the coming weeks on the boxing schedule? It's a very, very busy month and such a great time in the sport of boxing.
May mayhem is the perfect way to put it. You know, we're getting a ton of good fights. You know, just next week we've got the Lomachenko fight. It's hard to pick a favorite one. It depends, you know, who you watch, who you're rooting for. For me personally, I want to see Xander fight, you know, just because I know him. So I want to see that, and it's definitely a step up in competition. It's a new pathway. His first main event, it could change up, you know, his whole life.
Vasily Lomachenko's life was changed when he did not get the decision against Devin Haney. But look, the world works in mysterious ways, and now those belts are up for grabs. We're going to take you now to a feature on Vasily Lomachenko as he gets ready on his quest once again to become a world champion.
When you got a guy like Vasily Lomachenko, future Hall of Famer, a legend of this sport, my mindset is I'm facing the best Lomachenko there has ever been. I don't look at what Lomachenko might turn up, what Lomachenko problems he's had, the losses he's had, because I know he's got a lot to prove.
In a sport where champions protect their records more carefully than their dignities, and mere fighters fight less than they preen, Vasily Lomachenko stood apart, with the biggest ego of all, caring less about views than victory, less about likes than belts. And while not making weight now passes for strategic brilliance, here was a featherweight seeking history as a lightweight. He didn't cherry-pick titles, but insisted on collecting them all. An ego so great, he wasn't afraid to fail. And so he did.
Lomachenko has lost.
После поражения над Теофимом Лопесом, тогда оказалось, что я проиграл, но на самом деле в тот момент я выиграл. В тот момент я и узнал Бога. Это, в принципе, и поменяло всю мою жизнь.
He wasn't done losing either.
I wouldn't like finish on that note.
Now at 36, his body isn't what it was.
I remember a time nobody wants to fight with me. Then I was younger, then I was faster, then I was stronger.
And the famous ego is diminished as well.
Now my goal it's not be a champion. My goal is to be better human being, be undisputed world champion in life.
Nevertheless, here we are. Just enjoy it while you still can.
I'm very happy right now because now I start to understand a lot of things what I don't understand before my losing. And if we're talking about lose, I'm not the lose. I win when I lose.
Looking forward to seeing Lomachenko versus Kambosos May 11th as you're taking a look at the beautiful skyline in Tokyo, Japan. Coming up next, the WBA Bantamweight World title between Takuma Inoue and Sho Ishida. Looking forward to this bout as it is the second world title defense for Takuma Inoue, the younger brother of 4-division and undisputed world champion Naoya Monster Inoue. Takuma himself a 10-year pro. He won the title in April of 2023 and made his first defense in his last fight in an impressive performance against Jerwin Ancajas. So we take a look at the weigh-in, and there's Sho Ishida. You can see that he is the taller fighter, will have the reach advantage. Looks like not easy to make that weight for him as we take a quick look here at the tail of the tape. Ishida older, taller, and having the reach advantage on Inoue, but of course Inoue coming into this fight as the champion. the fresher fighter, just 20 professional fights, 5 knockouts to his credit. But this should be a solid fight because Ishida has earned that opportunity as the mandatory challenger. He is also ranked in the top 3 in multiple sanctioning bodies at 118 pounds. He is a former Japanese junior bantamweight champion and made 5 successful defenses of that before going 0-1 in his only world championship opportunity. As we take a look at some footage of both guys before making their way to the ring. And, you know, in this fight for Inoue against Jerwin and Cajas, I mean, that was a spectacular performance by him. I mean, you thought maybe Cajas was, I mean, that was a really, really, really good fight. I didn't know going into it if Inoue was going to be able to walk out of there a world champion, but or still a world champion, but that was a great fight. What did you think about what you've seen so far from Inoue when you study tape on him?
I like Takuma. I like Takuma's style because he doesn't have to rely on power. These Japanese boxing fans are amazing. Look at how packed the dome is, and we're not even on the co-main event yet.
Kind of a stark contrast to what you see on a big pay-per-view card here in the States, where sometimes it doesn't even get full until the co-main or main event.
Yeah, a lot of times people wait for the main event. These guys have been here since the first fight, it looks like.
And there is Takuma Inoue, 29 years old, 19-1 with 5 knockouts. He's the WBA Bantamweight World Champion. This will be his second defense of that world title that he won in a vacant world title fight just a little over a year ago. His first world title defense was his last fight, only back in February 24th to be exact, against Jerwin Ancajas. Got that 9th round knockout in what I believe was his best performance. I mean, he showed hand speed, he showed how quick his reflexes were, his determination, and I don't think anyone expected him, especially with his knockout record. He only had 4 knockouts at 18 fights at that point, to go in there and get that knockout victory against a dangerous puncher in Jerwin Ancajas. And that was very impressive and set the stage now for a fight against his fellow countrymen.
That just goes to show it doesn't matter, like I said before, you know, punching power on your record is it's just a number. If you get caught with a shot, it will put anyone down, the right shot. And that's why this fight's going to be interesting to watch, because if Inoue lands the right shot, it could put the lights out, and same for Ishida if he lands on Inoue. So this is an interesting fight.
Takuma telling us that, you know, he feels like Ishida uses his jab very well. He knows he's tall, but feels like he's the one that's going to dominate the fight. He feels like he can get the knockout inside the later rounds. He started back in the gym just a week after the Jerwin Ancajas fight. He started doing regular boxing training and physical training twice a week at the Ohashi gym in Yokohama, and just has been ready for the next phone call, and it came. And I mean, just like I said, last fight was not more than a little over 2 months ago, but I mean, staying active as a world champion is the very best thing you can do.
It is. Ring rust is the downfall of any successful boxer. Staying out of the ring is the worst thing you can do. Being active is the best thing you can do.
Activity matters. Let's get to the official announcements from inside the Tokyo Dome.
WBA 世界バンタム級タイトルマッチ、この試合の試合役員は WBA スーパーバイザーウォン・キム、 JBC コミッショナー萩原実、スーパーバイザー安河内剛、タイムキーパーは野中潤太、チーフタイムキーパー田畑真一、コミッションドクターは中村正彦、同じくコミッションドクター浅本俊二。またこの試合を採点するリングサイドの3名のジャッジは、まずタイ王国ピニトー・プラヤドサブ、同じくジャッジ日本浅尾和信、同じくジャッジ日本染谷道明。そしてこの試合をストップする唯一の権限を持つレフェリーはパナマのルイス・パボン。それでは大橋フェニックスプロモーション、そして帝拳プロモーションプライムビデオプレゼンツライブボクシング8 WBA 世界バンタム級タイトルマッチ12ラウンドを行います。まずは赤コーナー、プロ戦績は20戦19勝、敗戦は世界タイトルマッチにおける1敗のみ、そして19勝のうち5勝がノックアウト。公式計量は117パウンド4分の3、大橋事務所属、元 WBC 世界バンタム級暫定チャンピオン。今夜の試合は現在保持する王座の2度目の防衛戦、 WBA 世界バンタム級チャンピオン井上そして青コーナー、プロ戦績は37戦34勝3敗、34勝のうち17勝がノックアウト。公式計量は117パウンド4分の3、井岡事務所属、連続5度の防衛を果たした第37代の元日本スーパーフライ級チャンピオン。そしてこの王座への指名挑戦者決定戦を制して今夜のこの東京ドームのリングに上がるWBA 世界バンタム級第1位、石田翔。
Okay, guys, I give you instruction in the dressing room. They're having a clean match, okay? The trunk is a little high. Here, it's okay. Okay, good luck. God bless you.
Luis Pabon, the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Nico Ali Walsh here with you. This one for the WBA Bantamweight World Championship. The champion Takuma Inoue making his second defense of his title against former world title challenger and WBA #1 ranked Sho Ishida. Ishida in the silver trunks with the blue trim. Inoue in the green trunks.
Inoue naturally is the boxer, but because of the height advantage and the reach advantage from Ishida, I think it's going to go opposite this fight.
Ishida started training for this fight in February, just a day after Inoue defended his title against Ancajas. I think he knew that this fight was on the horizon and said, look, I've grown mentally so much after losing my world title fight back in 2017. That was a loss to Khalid Yafai back in October of 2017 for the world super flyweight world title. And he says, I don't want to taste a loss again, not at this point in my career. I am ready to become a world champion.
Both of these guys haven't lost in years. So they definitely, I think their losses woke them up, set a fire in their hearts.
Well, that's when they say, you know, things really get started sometimes after you take your
right.
first loss.
That's right. You know whether you want it or not.
Stop. Stop.
You can really see the difference in height between Ishida and Inoue.
Inoue shooting that jab straight across, and it lands right to the midsection there of Ishida. Nearly a 4-inch reach advantage, and Inoue gets knocked down here in round 1.
That was just a perfectly timed counter.
I mean, you talk about catching somebody cold. You got to come out ready when you're fighting a guy like Ishida, who has been at the world stage before. He's a 37-fight vet. And I just got done saying that he knows what he's gained from his losses, and he feels like this is the right time to become a world champion. And here he gets a knockdown scored in round 1. Inoue did not look hurt by that knockdown.
No, it seemed like it was a bit of a flash knockdown, but it was just a perfectly timed punch. Like I said before, any punch that's placed perfectly will put anybody down.
And we'll give you a look at the knockdown as we come to the end of round 1, a 10-8 round in the books for Ishida. You can't ask for a better start unless of course, you victory.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's take a look at the shot here in that left hand, just
see.
right on the button.
It was a
Perfect
jab.
timing.
It was a jab. It was just a perfectly placed jab. That's rare to get a knockdown from a jab. But like I said, any shot that's perfectly placed, I don't believe it hurt in a way. That's definitely going to change the tempo of the fight. Inoue was working on the back foot. I thought that would be his plan for the fight, but he's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive just to catch up on that 10-8 round.
Have you been in a fight, Nico, where you kind of, you know, they say like kind of got caught cold or got caught early by a shot, and you're like, okay, that woke you up. That
Yeah, of course. I've been hit with shots that are embarrassing that I say I shouldn't have been hit by that, and it completely changed the game plan. You look like a different fighter. I think that's what's going to happen with Inoue. He's not going to get caught like that again.
Ishida using that long range jab to keep Inoue at bay as he looks to hold and bring action back to the center of the ring.
Naturally, you'd like to see Inoue go on the inside because of how tall Ishida is. Inoue can get away with throwing punches to the body. He's shorter, a little quicker.
And there's a nice uppercut. I think that's another shot for Inoue that's going to be available for him. As sometimes Ishida does hang that, his chin over that front foot, kind of having to almost bend down to the shorter fighter in Inoue.
I've seen Inoue's fights. That uppercut lands a lot. He's good at throwing that.
Nice combination there from Inoue.
He's got good rhythm in a way. When there's little empty pockets where no one's throwing anything, he's still moving his head or having rhythm.
There's Ishida just pawing with that long jab, just that stick to keep it. Inoue thinking as he's been a little hesitant. Big gaps in between when he's throwing his shots. I mean, he looks pretty fluid when he lets his combinations go, but 20 seconds has gone by before Inoue just finally shot that jab and then another one. Definitely taking his time, maybe a little weary of catching a shot he doesn't see coming, like the jab that caught him for the knockdown in round one as he shoots the uppercut once again with the right hand.
Inoue tried to counter Ishida's jab with the uppercut, but he was out of range. See that uppercut's landing perfectly on the inside. He's got to stay close like that if he wants to land it. He's finding that distance. Once Inoue finds that distance, I believe he'll start doing a lot better.
Oh, nice shot there with the left hand from Inoue.
Bloody nose, yeah, from Ishida. That's going to be important to note for this fight. Takuma Inoue is not necessarily a power puncher, but still, punches are punches. Ishida's a little bit bloody right now just from taking those clean shots. No one can take those clean shots. No one's invincible.
And Shingo Inoue, father of both Takuma and Naoya, pulling double duty tonight as both of his sons fighting on the same card. Before we get to the main event, Inoue versus Nery, we still have our co-main event, Jason Maloney against Yoshiki Takai. That's coming up next. Right now, younger brother in the ring and suffered a knockdown in round one. Was not the first time he's been down in his professional career, actually the third time as a pro he's seen the canvas, so responded from adversity before, only one loss on his record. So we head into round three, he's looking to establish his jab.
Getting a knockdown like that in the first round can do two things for Ishida, for any fighter. It can either make you lazy or it can make you step on the gas. And it seems like it made him get a little stagnant last round, Ishida.
Why would it make you lazy? Why would you even like...
When you land a shot like that, you kind of get overconfident.
Oh, you're like, okay, got you.
So then you kind of step off the gas a little bit. You feel as though that your opponent got knocked down from the first round, the first easy shot. But it seems like it set a fire in Inoue. He's going off now.
Ishida's got blood streaming still from the nose, and there's a crisp left hand. There's another one there landed by Inoue. Nice combination there. You can see that Inoue is getting more comfortable. His shots are a little bit more fluid. You see his hand speed a little bit more
The right
on
uppercut.
display.
The right uppercut's going to be the bread and butter for Inoue this fight.
As Ishida looks to maintain that distance, and Inoue hooks around with the left upstairs and then brings it down to the body. You can see even in his face and his body language, Inoue getting more of a rhythm here in round 3. Chopping right hand. Down to the body with the left.
Inoue's got great punch selection. He's going different spots. He's targeting the head, the body, different areas. They're landing.
Again, a sneaky body shot in the inside. Some of the shots are so quick. Nice counter shot. Good right hand gets in there from Ishida to the body of Inoue. Best round of the fight so far here in round 3.
Definitely. Ishida's doing real good at using his jab, trying to keep him at bay, but Inoue's moving his head so well, he's able to sneak inside and get those body shots in.
No, stop.
He's just crafty. Inoue's just crafty, especially with a taller fighter like this. He's going to stay getting in on the inside. Him and his brother, amazing footwork.
How many times do you think they've sparred each other?
That's a good question.
In the gym.
If ever. You know, some of these guys never even spar each other. You got people in the same family fighting, they never do
Maybe
anything.
just verbal sparring over things as brothers do.
See that right uppercut. That right uppercut is landing and it's crazy to see how bloodied Ishida is and only what's coming out to be the 4th round. Those body shots are going to be important throughout the fight. I really like what Inoue has done since the 1st round. Sometimes people need that knockdown to just wake them up. It looks like that's what happened for Inoue.
Round 4 of this scheduled 12-round World Championship fight, the WBA Bantamweight World title on the line. The champion starting round 4 with some good success. And for Inoue, this is a big opportunity to be a part of a huge card. But walking out of there as a world champion and then coming back to watch your brother fight later on in the main event for undisputed against a guy like Luis Nery who has some history in Japan. I mean, you got to compartmentalize, right? Like, okay, I got to take care of my business, but I'm also thinking about what we are a part of tonight, and that's a historic card in Tokyo, Japan. I mean, what a moment for the Inoue family to be a part of this historic night.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure Naoya is more nervous for Takuma's fight than his own. That's usually how it is.
That's exactly what the Maloney brothers have told me when they have fought before. It's like, I'm almost more anxious for my brother. Like, I know I've prepared and what I can do. I have control of what I can do, but not being able to help them or be there for them, that's the challenging part for sure.
As a fighter, you get more nervous for what you can't control. When I'm watching a friend's fight, when I'm watching someone I like fight, I get more nervous for their fight than my own because, like you said, you can't control it. So I'm sure Naoya's watching from backstage right now in the dressing room.
Some good work there from Inoue, and Ishida just is landing better shots when he's at that middle or longer distance. When he gets inside, Inoue is just having his way.
Yeah, Ishida's got to use his reach. Naturally, you have to use your height and your reach. And Inoue's just finding a way to get in on the inside, and that right uppercut's landing. The left hook to the body's landing.
Ishida down to the body a bit. in that exchange, but not a lot of steam on these punches right now for the challenger.
You can see a huge difference in the tempo on who's throwing more punches since the knockdown.
Another solid round here for the champ.
Inoue was smiling at the end of that round. He's feeling himself right now. He's finding his groove. A punch that Inoue likes to throw, both Inoues actually, is the right uppercut and the left hook to the body. You know, one of them normally lands, and it doesn't matter which one lands. If one of them lands, then, you know, it could be the end of the fight, whether it's the uppercut or the left hook.
라운드 5.
Nico, if you're in Ishida's corner, what do you think or they should be telling him, or what will they tell him to try to get him back in control of this fight? What does he need to do?
I'm sure they may have yelled at him a little bit after the second round, because the first round, you know, he got the knockdown and it seemed as though he got a bit stagnant. He stopped throwing as much, and Inoue put on that pressure. Inoue started coming forward. So I would definitely tell Ishida, you know, do what you were doing. Throw more punches. You know, it's combos and staying at distance that's going to keep Inoue away. But when he's not throwing that jab, you know, Inoue's getting on the inside every single time.
Beautiful work around the guard there from Inoue. Back to the stick, and then out of the way of the long right hand coming from Ishida. Caught a shot there, though. That was a good jab from Ishida. Doubling, tripling up on it now.
Ishida's just got to stay at that distance that he's at right now. He'll find a ton of success at the medium and long range. Inoue won't be able to do anything from that range.
Down to the body, Ishida goes with the jab. And again with the right hand, Inoue missing there.
When a fighter gets tired, sometimes they feel more comfortable sitting on the inside. Even though it seems like it would require more energy to throw inside punches, sometimes it's just out of laziness that a fighter would just sit there and start throwing inside. So it seems like Ishida's doing that sometimes, where he could just stay on the outside. It requires more work to be on the outside to keep your opponent at bay.
Scoring jab there for Ishida. Anyway, using some feints, gets caught there again with another shot.
That was a good shot.
Ishida having more moments here in round 5 as Inoue looks to keep working that lead left hand. He shot it as an uppercut. He's turned it to a hook. And of course, an uppercut there with the right hand twice.
Ishida's dropping his left hand when he's throwing those right uppercuts. He got caught a few times there in that exchange by Inoue. This was a much better round, though, for Ishida.
Oh, nice right hand to put an exclamation point on it there.
I'd like to see how the corner's reacting with Ishida right now.
Junto Nakatani in attendance ringside. That's a bad mamma jamma too. Can't wait to see him back in the ring again. I mean, Japanese fighters, Japanese boxing is absolutely fire.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Right, round 6 of the scheduled 12-rounder. Much better round in round 5 for Ishida. After what seemed like taking the prior round or 2 off here. And
immediately they're going just on close range work, which is not advisable for Ishida. He should definitely be using his range. This is the fight that Inoue wants to fight. The fight that's on the inside, where you're throwing inside punches, body shots.
yeah, nice uppercut there. And left hand for Inoue. Stab jab to the body for Ishida. It's caught with a big jab from Inoue with that lead left hand.
He's so fast.
And blood just pouring out of the nose of Ishida each round, too.
He's so accurate with his shots in a way. He's countering Ishida's jab. Even though Ishida's got the range on him, it's a longer distance to bring that hand back after the jab.
There he does a good job of taking a little half step back to avoid that jab from Inoue to the body.
People also got to remember that Inoue is coming off of his last fight, a knockout. So he's confident in his punching power, or at least in the placement of his punches. He knows what he can do.
Yeah, 2 of his last 3 fights have not gone the distance. Down to the body with the left hand, and even though he suffered that knockdown in round 1, I don't get the feeling that Inoue is really concerned with the power of Ishida. He's willing to stand in there, throw, even take some shots up against the ropes when needed. I mean, I know that was a flash knockdown, a shot that he didn't see coming, but I don't think at this point he sees Ishida sitting down on those shots.
Yeah, it looks like Ishida's respecting Inoue's power more than Inoue's respecting Ishida's.
And there's a left hand from Inoue.
That right uppercut.
That would have landed flush.
Yeah, I saw from the first round. I know Takuma Inoue's bread and butter. He's great with that uppercut.
And just the way how technically sound getting his head off the line and throwing the killer shot.
Yep. When you've got someone like Inoue who's noticeably shorter than the opponent, he can find crafty ways of getting inside. Like he slipped inside, which is slipping to your left is a dangerous slip. You're supposed to be slipping outside of punches, whereas Inoue slipped to his left but still landed that hook. It's a risky shot, but he did it.
Inoue picking his shots now, then moving back around the outside. Ishida, other than a jab, hasn't been throwing a lot of combinations.
Yeah.
We expected a little more work. I mean, he's usually kind of although rangy, does still apply pressure.
Yeah, even if the shots that you're taking aren't hurting for Ishida, the fact that he's got a bad bloody nose, I'd say, sometimes you get a little gun shy. His punch output has changed a little bit. He's throwing a lot of jabs, Ishida, but he's not really changing the different combos like Inoue is. His selection of punches, I would say.
He's also, Nico, not really letting that right hand go either. I mean, he's shooting the jab or doubling up on the jab, but for whatever reason, I mean, we're halfway through round 7 and he hasn't really thrown much of the right hand at all.
It's tough because throwing the right hand against someone who's as quick as Inoue is a risky shot because you can get countered. We saw in the replay of the last round, he threw somewhat of a lazy jab and then got countered from that.
Well, I mean, you just throw it for the first time a second ago when he actually landed a shot to the body with it. You got to give yourself a chance.
Yeah. You gotta just sometimes just pull the trigger on the shots.
But it's been jab, double jab.
Yeah.
And then even that was just kind of a little baby shot with the right hand.
If he stays at that distance, if Ishida stays at the distance that they're at right now, he could land any shot. When you land at the end of your punches, that's the best.
Inoue having such a solid round here in round 7, just picking his shots in and out, very efficient with the shots, and then Ishida scores there on a jab, and then right back to work goes Inoue.
His head movement is great anyway.
But I mean, really no steam on these punches from Ishida at all as he continues to just do a lot of work with the jab.
Yeah.
Okay, stop. Stop.
It's so interesting to see. It looks like Ishida is respecting his punching power in a ways. He just seems a little more gun shy. He's not throwing the different combinations, most likely out of fear of getting countered because of how fast Inoue is.
And as you can see in that replay too, Inoue just had like a half an inch off on some of these shots from being what could be, we could be looking at a totally different outcome at this point in the fight.
Inoue's a natural counter puncher. Even if he gets hit, he throws. There was a point in the last round where he got hit with a jab and exchanged the jab for a right hand. That's a good trade. Anyone will take that trade.
Round 8.
Round 8. And, you know, Inoue has been pulling away throughout the middle rounds of this fight. I mean, you got to think about Ishida making some adjustments, taking it to another level to try to defeat the champion in this fight. But I'm just seeing kind of the same combinations, the same patterns from Ishida.
Yeah, he would have to change his punch selection. He'd have to up his output.
Is that some of the things you're looking for from him, Nico?
Definitely, definitely. And especially, you know, the judging. I know he got dropped in the first round in a way, but he's not going to win the fight from the champ by staying doing what he's doing right now, Ishida. You got to beat the champ.
At least have a little more sense of urgency as Inoue's punch selection, technical prowess, the way he's measuring distance. I mean, it's been a joy to watch, and you know, maybe he doesn't have he doesn't have the same amount of power that his brother possesses, but how many fighters do, really? That's just a God-given gift
Yeah,
that his brother has, but still, he's still a very technically sound, great boxer.
He's got incredible speed in a way. And he's very slick with his counters, with his head movement.
You can hear the crowd getting a little bit more into the fight now as we're in round 8. I think there's some Inoue fans in that building.
There might be.
Maybe a handful. Maybe 50,000 of the 55.
Right. Naoya is a hero over there, an absolute legend.
I was reading an article, one of the Japanese boxing writers saying that he is as big of a celebrity in Japan as Shohei Ohtani is. We don't see it as much here. And obviously, Ohtani playing for the Dodgers, we know what he means to baseball. But Inoue, Naoya Inoue is right up there. So the amount of money that he makes in his sponsorships like outdoes the majority of the fighters' purses.
Yeah,
these days.
It's insane.
It's incredible. Looking forward to seeing him in our main event, but his brother putting in work right now, little brother, in round 8.
Inoue's really stuck with the game plan since coming off of the first round. His punch selection has been great. He's been throwing and moving. His output has been great. It seems as if, you know, he's won every single round since then. Guys like Inoue that are shorter than you and slick in their head movement are tough to fight. You just saw in the replay how, you know, Ishida would throw a punch and Inoue would just slip under it, roll under it, and he'd find ways to land body shots. Those guys are really, really tough. If you go inside with them, it's hard to fight a shorter and faster guy like that if you're not fighting at a distance.
Like, they didn't even wipe all the blood out of his nose either. They just stick that big Q-tip in there and then pull it out, and the blood just continues to stream out.
And it's gonna keep streaming because Inoue is targeting it. You know, he's a smart fighter. I believe the bloody nose started maybe in like the 3rd or 4th round, but Inoue hasn't let up on it. You know, he's targeting that nose.
And he just peppered it there a couple times with the left and then finished with the right.
That was a good shot from Ishida. Ishida's punches aren't fully getting turned through.
There's no pop on them whatsoever.
Yeah, he's not turning on his punches. Inoue, you could see that Inoue's punching with intent. He's throwing his shots and fully turning on them.
I mean, just pop, 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 like he's just working the pads. It's not even like he's really putting any of his base into those shots.
Yeah. You know, like I said, he may have got a sense of false confidence, Ishida, in the first round. The shot that he landed that knocked Inoue down wasn't a strong shot. So maybe he thought, you know, the jab that knocked him down was good enough to knock him down again.
I don't know. He's a savvy vet, a 37 fight vet. I mean, he should. There's levels to this, and he's fought at the top level. He's been in a world championship fight before. He's a former Japanese junior bantamweight champion. I think he defended that title like 5 times. I mean, he's fought at a higher level, and
he's fought guys like Inoue.
He's got to take it to another level if he wants to walk out here tonight a world champion. I mean, these opportunities don't come around all the time. Some fighters rarely get 1 opportunity, never mind 2 opportunities to try to become a world champion. And at this point, he's really got to turn it up if he wants to walk out of there with the belt.
You're right.
Inoue just pop, pop, pop so much quicker with these shots. Uppercut.
They're going a lot on the inside. I feel like that's maybe a tad bit of, a sign that maybe Ishida's getting tired. It's like I said before, it's easier to go on the inside. It's easier to trade shots on the inside, but that's not what Ishida should be doing against.
That was definitely a push, and Luis Pabon made that clear. There's about 10 seconds left here in round 9. And Inoue puts an exclamation point on that.
Yep.
And interesting, though, for a second, Pabon told him, okay, listen to me, no holding. I don't feel like there's been excessive holding through this point. I mean, that was kind of a stern warning from Pabon, although I really don't feel like that's been much of an issue.
It could become an issue. Normally when you see fighters who start pushing each other down, like stuff like that, it shows frustration. If anyone's frustrated, it's Ishida. So, I mean, we'll see in the next round or so if that becomes...
Look at me. No hold. No hold. You hold. You hold. Hey. No hold.
Well, that was about as clear as you can be.
Yeah, I didn't see them holding a lot.
Round 10.
I just get the sense at any moment Inoue could turn it up another notch and maybe get Ishida out of there.
Yeah, I mean, he's landing clean shots.
I mean, and maybe he's coming out this round throwing pretty hard shots here. Perhaps he senses the same thing, as there's no real resistance coming from Ishida. And Inoue's got a little more sense of urgency here in round 10.
Yeah, I mean, if Ishida keeps fighting Inoue's fight, there would be no reason for Inoue to not capitalize on that. Ishida keeps wanting to throw on the inside with him. You got to use that opportunity if you're Inoue. If he wants to throw on the inside, that's your spot. That's where your strength is right now.
Oh, nice uppercut, just snapping the head back of Ishida. Ishida does have 3 losses on his record, but all of those losses have been by decision. He has not been stopped as a professional in his 37 career fights. That'd be a nice feather in the cap of Takuma Inoue if he could get a stoppage here tonight in his 2nd world title defense.
I'm here. Clean fight.
Good shot there from Ishida with the right hand.
Ishida's throwing more this round. Maybe he's feeling the urgency.
He needs to.
It's round 10. I mean, he definitely has to step it up.
And he's gone down to the body there twice with the right hand. Although they weren't butting shots, those are still scoring punches. But he's got to let his hands go to give himself a shot here. We're getting into the championship rounds. Oh, beautiful uppercuts. Nice work with the right hand there from Inoue.
He's definitely coming back, Ishida.
But yeah, at least he's fighting back more here in round 10 than what we've seen in the previous rounds.
That's right. There wasn't a dull second in this round so far. Ishida's answering all those punches.
Inoue just pawing that jab out there and throws away the right hand just to land another with the left, then goes down to the body of Ishida. 25 seconds left here in round 10. Little sloppy with the combinations there from Inoue.
Inoue's using his speed, even if these punches aren't landing flush.
Yeah, nice job there with the counter with the left hand on the end of that exchange. But some of the work was a little bit more crisp in other rounds, I think, for Inoue, but nonetheless still consistently applied pressure there and finally got Ishida to step up a little bit there in that round.
Yeah, I mean, if Ishida stays on the gas like he was that round, it could make for a, a closer decision in the end if it goes the full distance. But those right uppercuts are not missing from Inoue. To avoid those right uppercuts, Ishida's got to stay more so on the left, on his left, on Inoue's right. He'd be able to slip those uppercuts, but in the replay you saw that he didn't move his head at all. Some fighters even block under their chin to avoid, if they're trying to avoid one shot and uppercut, they'll just block under the chin.
All right, round 11. The WBA bantamweight world title on the line. Down to the body with the left hand goes Inoue.
He's throwing those different punches now, Ishida. He's letting that right hand go.
Okay, stop.
But the disparity in the punch variation is vast. I mean, what Inoue has been able to display in terms of the different combinations that he's thrown versus Ishida coming with the one, sometimes a 1-2, maybe a shot down to the body, but he hasn't shown a big range in terms of different combinations that he's been able to execute here tonight.
Yeah. Ishida looks like he's not throwing as much as he was the last round. His output is definitely lessened.
Strong jab there from Ishida, scores. Then he goes down to the body with the right hand.
That's his distance right there. That's Ishida's distance.
Right hand scores for Inoue on the end of that exchange. Then he throws those uppercuts, such beautiful work on the inside with those shots.
You can see right before Inoue landed that he tried to throw a right uppercut from the outside and it didn't land. That's almost an impossible punch to land from long range.
That distance, yeah. Unless you're like Bernardo Lopez, right? Or Emmanuel Navarrete, who throws an uppercut from like left field and it connects.
Those guys are different.
Absolutely, they are different.
Okay, stop.
And again, I mean, you want to see Ishida put together another round like he had in that last one.
Yeah.
Here, round 11 or round 12. And I think he, again, stepped off the gas a little bit.
He's going to have to step on the gas fully in this last round.
Coming on strong now these last 20 seconds as they exchange. Great action, right hand connects for Inoue. Ishida ate that.
Inoue's winning these exchanges. He's landing the cleaner shots.
Those are them hard shots, and Ishida took those to the chin very well.
Those are dangerous shots to land. Those are dangerous shots to eat.
We go to the 12th and final round of this bantamweight championship fight. The WBA champ Inoue tonight in his second defense. Likely up on the cards. I mean, I know I'm not having you score here in your maiden voyage, but I'm sure you would agree that
of course
Inoue's likely up on the cards here.
And I think Ishida's team knows that as well, and I think we'll see him maybe push on the gas a little bit more at the start of this next round.
라운드 12 라스트 라운드.
So we'll see if he steps on the gas, Ishida. We'll know immediately if he will.
Inoue definitely doesn't seem to be letting up here. Sometimes you do see fighters, particularly champions, when they feel like they're up on the card, kind of just try to work off the jab, work around the outside, avoid risk, but he's willing to stand there on the inside with Ishida.
Takuma Inoue is not that kind of fighter to be up on the scorecards and just coast the rest of the way. He's definitely a guy who wants to make a statement.
And I think that's more of what fight fans want to see, right?
Yeah. That's how you get more fans. No one wants to watch a boring fighter.
Under 2 minutes left to go here in round 12. Inoue was looking for that right hand, just leaned completely into it.
Inoue's not getting enough credit. I know I've been talking about his inside work, which has been great, but he's almost boxing on the outside now, and it's working well for him.
Quick little jab to the body there for Inoue.
See, Inoue's on his back foot right now.
Yeah, and that urgency you were looking to see from Ishida.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
Doubling up on the jab there, just touching the gloves of Inoue.
The urgency that Inoue is showing is the urgency that Ishida should be showing right now. You know, like you said, Inoue doesn't need to be putting on as much pressure as he's putting on right now.
45 seconds left to go. The second world title defense for Inoue, and Ishida gets in a left hand there. Inoue answers right back there, forehead to forehead here with about 30 seconds left to go in the contest, and Ishida finally starts to let his hands go there. You can tell he's exhausted, maybe even has a broken nose. It's bled consistently throughout the fight.
It's been about nine rounds, maybe more, of just consistent bleeding every single round.
Inoue throwing Ishida to the ground with under 10 seconds left to go here, and there's the bell.
Yeah.
This one will go to the scorecards. The second title defense, and likely, I mean, if things go the way that you've seen it, Inoue walks out of here still with his WBA bantamweight title.
Definitely. I mean, the way that I've seen the fight, Ishida didn't win a ton of rounds since the knockdown in the first. That really set a fire in Inoue. Inoue didn't stop from the second round to the 12th. That shows conditioning. Being able to just keep that output consistently for basically 11 full rounds is incredible.
それでは大橋フェニックスプロモーション、そしてテイケンプロモーションプライムビデオプレゼンツ
We're going to go to the scorecards now.
WBA 世界バンタム級タイトルマッチ12ラウンド採点をお知らせいたします。まずジャッジピニットプレードサブ、同じくジャッジ浅尾和信118対109、ジャッジ染谷道明116対111、以上3対0のユナニマスディシジョンをもちまして勝者 WBA 世界バンタム級チャンピオン井上
118, 109 twice, 116, 111. Your winner by unanimous decision. Obviously, you saw his hand raised before we got the score in our earpiece because my Japanese is not on par. But unanimous decision, and wide too, which is what we thought. Takuma Inoue still the WBA bantamweight world champion, now 20-1 as a professional with 5 knockouts. And Ishida was game, but just not enough activity, not enough pop on those shots to get many of those rounds, especially later in the fight, middle and late, after scoring that first round knockdown against Inoue. All right, 2 down, 2 to go. The co-main event is coming up next. And for those watching on ESPN Plus, we will send you now to Bristol with Joe Tessitore and the Hall of Famer Timothy Bradley, who will take you through the co-main and main event from here.
どんな12ラウンドでしたか？
そうですね、やっぱり想像以上の石田選手のジャブのやりづらさで、苦戦はしましたけど、唯一一つ収穫はもう競り勝てたことだけですね。はい。
そういった強さを見せた試合でした。激闘のこのバンタム級です。この階級素晴らしい選手がいます。今後の展望一言お願いします。
そうですね。まず今日は勝てた、もうそれだけがただの収穫であって。
And as we take a look back at the fight that we just saw, I mean, it was a really good performance from Takuma Inoue. I think he showed different facets of his game against a tall, lanky fighter.
Definitely.
You know, and I think the judges obviously got it right. I think the 118-109 was an accurate score for what we saw. What did you like most?
I like the fact that, you know, Inoue was going on the inside. That was, you know, that's the game plan that you should make with a fighter that's that much taller than you and has longer reach. But he did both at the end. He was boxing on the outside at the end, Inoue was. And it was working for him. I'm just impressed by his output, his conditioning. He just didn't step off the gas, not for a second since the second round.
Again, maybe that early knockdown was, not to say that you ever need a knockdown, but that got his attention real quick, and it seemed like from that point on he was able to turn it up, and he landed the harder and more effective shots in the fight. I mean, it's hard being in your brother's shadow, if you will, but he still put on a solid performance tonight, and I'm sure he'll be anxious to get showered up and get back ringside and get ready to watch his brother do his thing in the main event against Luis Nery. But before that, we have our co-main event, which is coming up next. 12 rounds for the WBO World Bantamweight Championship. The champion, Jason Maloney, taking on Yoshiki Takai. At only 8-0 with 8 knockouts, getting an opportunity to win a world title. He is a former kickboxing world champion, so he's no stranger to combat sports, but it's Jason Mayhem Maloney who has all the experience, especially at the world championship level. Not only 4 times he's been in world title fights, winning 2 of those, but he's had to go all over the world to not only compete, but win and defend his world titles.
I don't think this fight is going the distance, just like the main event. They just both, you know, both Maloney and Takai, they have that power. They have that power, so, you know, I don't think this fight's going to go the distance. They're both, you know, incredibly skilled. Obviously, Maloney has a lot more experience, but still, Takai has shown a lot of strength in just 8 fights, 8 knockouts. It's impressive.
He is ranked number 10 by the WBC and by the WBO, 9 by the IBF at 122 pounds. And you know, when you run down his resume, not a lot of guys' names who you would recognize. Maybe the stablemate of Jason Maloney that he fought, Bruno Tarimo, who took him 11 of the 12 rounds, which is the farthest that Takai has gone as a professional, and who actually now is the sparring partner that helped Maloney prepare for Takai. But, you know, it's kind of mind-boggling how these guys get an opportunity so earlier in the career, but there's been plenty of Japanese fighters who have won world titles in under 10 championship fights. Yoshiki Takai would love nothing more than to add his name to that list. Our main event coming up after this fight, of course, Naoya Inoue looking to defend his undisputed status at junior featherweight against Luis Nery. That's later on in our main event. And let's take a brief look at Naoya Inoue and camp life.
It is the monster, Naoya Inoue, against Luis Nery for the undisputed junior featherweight championship.
This fight is compelling because of the knockout power that both Luis Nery and Naoya Inoue possess. This fight can end at any moment, and it can end abruptly and violently.
Naoya Inoue makes history. The legend of the monster continues to grow.
creo que es lo más grande a lo que puede llegar un peleador. Es como los futbolistas que se preparan toda su vida para llegar a un mundial, es lo mismo. Esto es más grande que ser campeón del mundo, son los 4, es indisputed.
まだちょっと想像はできないんですけど、とてつもない興行だなと、そんな風な今は気持ちでいっぱいです。
The Tokyo Dome, the same place where Buster Douglas pulled off the upset of the century against Mike Tyson. 55,000 fans to see Naoya Inoue put his undisputed junior featherweight title on the line against Panterita Luis Nery.
Fighting at the Tokyo Dome. You know, I remember when Mike Tyson faced Buster Douglas there. The biggest upset, one of the biggest upsets in boxing history. What does it say about Inoue's star power? The fact that he can fill that arena with 55,000 people shows you right there that he's a rock star fighter.
The Monster Inoue!
思い的には、タイソン以来の、ドームで、誰しもができる会場ではないので、そこは誇りを持って、当日リングに上がりたいなと思ってます。
And trust me,
Who's a real villain
Japanese fans do not like Luis Nery.
Well, the best thing about this fight is that Inoue has an actual villain. A few years back, Nery came in and tested positive for an illicit substance for his fight with Yamanaka. He knocks the Japanese fighter out. Then in the rematch, he comes in 3 pounds overweight, knocks him out quicker. He's a villain.
Yo pienso que es una señal. Si ahí perdió el invicto Mike Tyson, también puede perder el invicto Naoya Inoue. Mike Tyson sí era un monstruo de verdad. Él sí era un asesino. Entonces, creo que estoy contento con que hayan hecho la pelea en el Tokyo Dome.
毎度そんな予想を立てられながら試合をしているんで、別に会場関係なく、いつも通りの気持ちで挑むだけです。
What is it, in my opinion, that makes Inoue unstoppable? What stands out to me with his boxing style is that he's able to adapt to any style that's in front of him.
And this fight is over. What an impressive knockout victory for the Monster.
He has skill sets that can counterpunch. If you have a forward-coming fighter, he can march forward. He's very schooled, has tremendous footwork, great balance, excellent jab. He's the total package in what you want to see in a fighter, and his punching power is like no other in speed.
Here comes Inoue. That destructive, decisive power does it again.
What surprises me about Naoya Inoue is his level of anticipation. It seems like he knows what you're going to do before you do it. And once you do it, he's got an answer for you. And I think that's really what's so impressive about Naoya Inoue. I mean, he's just a complete punishment machine.
He did it again. Knockout victory for the Monster.
Inoue is the closest thing that there is in boxing to a pure friend.
That was an awesome feature. Get you pumped for our main event, Naoya Inoue taking on Luis Nery. But before we get to that, I think we're going to have a good fight right here, too, with Jason Mayhem Maloney taking on Yoshiki Takai as we take a look at the tail of the tape for our co-main event. Maloney, 5 years, Takai's senior, but Takai has the height advantage, both coming in exactly the same on weight and only a half-inch reach advantage for Yoshiki Takai. And Jimmy Luna Jr. is going to do the official introductions.
The time has come for the co-main event world title attraction. Please welcome the boxers as they make their way to the ring. First, we have the hard-hitting world-ranked challenger from Yokohama, Japan. Please welcome Yoshiki Takai. And now making his way to the ring from Melbourne, Australia, here is the defending WBO Bantamweight Champion of the World, Jason Mayhem Maloney.
Jason Mayhem Maloney making his world title defense, second world title defense tonight. He's ranked at number 4 at 118 pounds by ESPN. He's been in some tough fights, Nico, as of late too. His last 2 fights were pretty punishing, and he actually had back-to-back majority decisions in both of those fights. So a solid, clear victory is what Team Maloney has in mind. They feel like they know that they have experience at this level on their side. They know that they've fought the better opposition. I mean, look, he has Naoya Inoue's name on his resume. So you really can't compare these two when it comes to their experience in the boxing ring. And I think that Jason Maloney tonight plans to show that he is on a different level when it comes to the sweet science.
Definitely, you know, this is one of those fights where sometimes it's, you know, the passing of the torch from the veteran old fighter, so to speak, to the younger new fighter. So we'll see if that's the case for this fight.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something that Maloney is ready to give up at this point, especially to a Japanese fighter. Yeah, into Takai. I don't even know, you know, if Takai is, we're going to see momentarily if he's even ready for this moment at hand. But I think to that point, though, if Maloney is showing more worse for wear from the last couple of wars that he's been in boxing, you'll find out real quick.
That's right.
How much those fights have taken a toll. It could take one fight to make you look like old, or to make you look like you're second guessing where you're at this point in your career.
Yeah, and same thing goes for the opposite end. It could take one great performance that'll put you right back on track. So, you know, both of these guys have a lot to gain and a lot to lose in this fight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Australia, followed by the national anthem of Japan.
これより両選手の栄誉をたたえ、両国国歌演奏のセレモニーを行います。ご来場の皆様、ご起立とご脱帽をお願いいたします。 ご協力ありがとうございました。どうぞご着席ください。
Ladies and gentlemen from the Tokyo Dome, here in Tokyo, Japan, we welcome you to the third world title attraction in this sensational night of boxing as Ohashi Promotion, in association with Taken Promotions and Top Rank Incorporated, present the WBO Bantamweight Championship of the World. This bout is sanctioned by the WBO, the president Francisco Valcarcel, supervisor Leon Panasillo. Introducing to you our three judges scoring from ringside. From the United States, Ellis Johnson. Also from the United States, Dr. Lou Moret. And from Canada, Benoit Roussel. Introducing to you our third man in the ring, the referee in charge of this bout from the United States, Steve Willis. All right, fans, here we go with the co-main event of the evening, 12 rounds of boxing with the WBO Bantamweight Championship of the World. Introducing to you first the defending world champion on my right, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black trunks with white trim, hailing from Melbourne, Australia. He weighed in at 53.4 kilograms or 117 3/4 pounds. His record stands at 27 wins, 2 losses, with 19 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight making the second defense of his title, please welcome one of the famed world champion boxing twins from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the defending WBO Bantamweight Champion of the World, introducing Jason Mayhem Maloney. And his opponent across the ring, tonight's challenger, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks with gold trim, fighting out of Yokohama by way of Tokyo, Japan. He weighed in the same as his opponent, 53.4 kilograms or 117 3/4 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 8 wins, no losses. All 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked the WBO #5 World Bantamweight contender. Please welcome tonight's challenger, the hard-hitting, undefeated world rank contender, introducing Yoshiki Takei. Once again, our referee in charge, Steve Willis, now to give instructions.
Okay, watch your heads. Low, low. Down.
Straight and to the point, Steve Willis.
Right.
It's my guy.
No one dislikes Steve
I'm
Willis.
just saying. I mean, there's a few guys that are like
Not a soul.
universally liked in boxing. All right, here we go. The WBO Bantamweight World Championship. Jason Maloney in the black trunks and white gloves. Yoshiki Takei in the white trunks with blue gloves. And for Yoshiki Takei, you see him right away in that southpaw stance. This is the second career southpaw opponent for Jason Maloney. And I mean, in his 10-year pro career, this is only the second southpaw.
Yeah, that's incredible.
That's something that, you know, not necessarily you want to see in your second world title defense, because it's not something you've seen often, but he's used Bruno Tarimo, who is a stablemate of his and a former opponent of Yoshiki Takei's, to help him prepare for this fight, because he is also a southpaw. They got a lot of sparring rounds in to prepare. Slight warning there from Takei to keep him up. Nico, you mentioned that wide stance. Takei is a former kickboxing world champion. Little bit of an unorthodox boxing style. He's made a pretty smooth transition. Look, 8 wins, 8 of them by knockout, but
Yeah.
Still learning the sweet science, if you will, on the job.
And he's definitely, this is his step up in competition.
Without
this
a doubt.
is by far his most experienced opponent, so we'll see how his transition's looking in this fight.
Yeah, will he rise to the occasion, or will Maloney, the savvy vet who's been on the world stage in world championship fights 4 times, say not so fast, youngin? Sakai looking to establish that jab. He gets to the body.
That's the second
I guess a little
warning.
low, yeah. From where we're sitting, we couldn't see exactly where that shot hit on the belt line of Maloney as his back was turned towards us, but that's the second warning for a shot low, but that one seems to have landed with the left hand to the body.
At least it's showing that Takai wants to go to the body early on. I don't think he's doing it on purpose, though. These low blows.
All right.
Maloney's last 2 fights have been tough outs. He fought Vincent Astrolabio to win the WBO World Bantamweight title, won that fight by majority decision, and then in his first title defense, which was not long ago, in fact, just on January 13th against Saul Sanchez, he won a majority decision in a fight that maybe people thought was a draw. That was a back and forth affair in which he had to change his game plan early.
Definitely.
He went from counter-puncher to offensive aggressor in that fight, real quick.
Maloney's no stranger to tough fights.
Into the Takai corner now, and to the Maloney corner. Angelo Hyder, the chief's second for Jason and brother Andrew.
I'm impressed by Takai's composure for being at this stage for the first time in his career, his 9th pro fight. He looked pretty calm in that round, especially towards the end. It's impressive.
Miyagashi in Takai's corner. You talk about having experienced corner. Former IBF light flyweight world champion, retired in 2019 with a record of 28-7, 16 wins by knockout, 3-division champ. Solid man to lead the way for Yoshiki Takai in boxing. I'd like to welcome all of our friends watching on Sky Sports in the UK and Ireland. Our co-main event tonight, the WBO Bantamweight World Title up for grabs as the champion making his 2nd world title defense tonight. And Takai, at 8 professional fights, is getting a shot at a world title, seeking to join the likes of some of the most famous fighters in all of Japan who have won world titles in fewer than 10 pro fights. Kosei Tanaka, Naoya Inoue, Kazuto Ayoka, Yoguchi, just to name a few.
You can see that wide stance that I was talking about from his kickboxing background on Takai.
And you can tell also a lot of his game plan is putting in body work on Maloney. He has shot that left hand to the midsection numerous times, actually a little low. He's got several warnings there in the first round, but body early.
And because all his fights have been knockouts, Takai, that may serve as a disadvantage this fight if he's only looking for the knockout. Right now, I don't see it, but there could come a point where he's only looking for the knockout just to continue that streak that he's got.
Yeah, he's only had 1 fight, Nico, that has gone past 5 rounds. Okay, and there's likely a point deduction coming for Takai, which is extremely unfortunate, but he had been warned 3 times in round 1 about low blows, and Steve Willis had seen enough.
That changes the whole dynamic of the fight.
Unless he can get it back by scoring a knockdown at some point.
Yeah, but then
they'll
that
score
puts
the round
pressure
and then
on him.
minus the point. So he can still win the round, and then it would be a 9-9 round if Takai wins. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
10-9,
yeah.
and then they deduct the point.
That adds some fire onto Takai now.
I wouldn't mind seeing either one of these guys turn it up a notch.
Right.
But I understand
They respect each other's power.
Yeah, and it's a 12-round fight. It's a world title fight. You don't want to make any mistakes early. Maloney a little bit gun shy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He hasn't really let his hands go too much.
Maloney has the advantage when it comes to, you know, rounds, time. He has that experience. So I think Maloney will try to wait him out a bit.
And I think he knows he's in there with a dangerous puncher too.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to gauge his power early. Good feint to work his way in, and a chopping right hand there from Maloney. Maloney having to hold here now.
Step back. Let him go. Okay. Step back. 10 seconds.
Nice left hand landed from Takai.
Come on. No. Hey.
Takai looks a little frustrated, just probably from the point deduction at the end of the round there, pushing Maloney to the ground.
And there's the shot right on the belt line. And I mean, Steve Willis did say in the introductions, like mid-belt line, because the trunks are up a little bit high, but there was consecutive shots and warnings, and that results in a point deduction there in round 2. There's a clean body shot, though, landed by Takai. And then even that one looked a little bit low there, too, right?
Yeah. Sometimes that happens when you're fighting the opposite stance, you know, southpaw versus orthodox fighter. They step on each other's feet. Sometimes, you know, the punches come from weird angles.
Round 3, Christina Poncher and Nico Ali Walsh here with you. This fight taking place at the Tokyo Dome in Tokyo, Japan. 55,000 sold out seats in the arena, and our co-main event, most of them anxiously awaiting our main event, the undisputed super bantamweight fight between the champion Naoya Inoue and the challenger, former 2-division world champion Luis Nery. So that's coming up next in our main event. Right now, Jason Maloney trying to figure out how to get into some rhythm offensively against Takai.
Maloney's definitely respecting his power. He hasn't taken much punishment. I mean, he's landed a couple of body shots Takai has on Maloney. Maloney looks like he respects his power, though, already.
Nice jab there from Takai. And good job blocking that left hand there from Maloney. Takai looking physically stronger.
Takai looks like, you know, he's trying to seize the opportunity. Anytime he lands a good shot, he goes in.
And you can hear Maloney's corner start saying, start working your jab.
Yeah, he needs to start working, period.
Yeah, good point. And you know, it's interesting because typically in his 29 professional fights, 27 of them have been orthodox fighters, as he may have put in a solid body shot there that may have hurt Maloney.
That sounded solid.
Yeah. I was just saying that the jab gets negated a little bit more when you're fighting a southpaw. It's not as effective.
Yeah. You start playing handsies
like that
with them. Yeah, Takai's
Do you guys call it that
more.
in the gym, handsies?
Handsies, yeah.
Is that proper box? I mean, because I would say something like that. That's something I would say, but.
Yeah, you're just playing games, you know.
Patty cake?
Patty cake, yeah, with his hand. I mean, Takai's trying to block the lane for Maloney's jab.
Takai looking good here in round 3.
This is a powerful round for him. And he's not stopping with the body shots. Takai's just, I mean, he's impressive.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a fighter that's only had 8 professional fights.
Not at all.
There was a deep breath there from Jason Maloney as he made his way back to the corner. Let's look at some of the replays.
A lot of his shots are landing on the belt line. I know it's legal, but it's barely legal. The worst thing that could happen for Takai is another point get taken away if this ends up being a close fight. But he's impressive, just his composure, the way he's fighting. He's just very impressive. Definitely doesn't look like someone who's got 8 pro fights.
Yeah,
and the stage he's on, there's a lot.
And I think there's something to be said about, although he's only had 8 professional fights, you know, he's fought them all in Japan. He's coming in, although the challenger, in familiar territory.
Yep.
He looks very comfortable on this stage right now. I mean, we're into round 4. Let's see if we get into the later rounds how, you know, his endurance and how his stamina can stay up. He's only fought 5 rounds since December of 2022. I mean, he's gotten early knockouts.
Yeah. That would be the only concern, is that, you know, Maloney has gone the distance plenty of times. Takai hasn't, of course. And so Maloney has that experience. He might be waiting, you know, to the end, to the latter part of the fight to, you know, step on the gas more.
Jason Maloney has fought 174 professional rounds, and Takai's only fought 26.
Yeah. No, there's no comparison. There's no comparison in the experience here.
Maloney's just got to start letting his hands go, though. There's a jab there that scores. And it wasn't a hard shot, but it was a scoring shot.
Maloney is letting his hands go more this round, though.
He's actually blocking these jabs off of his gloves from Takai.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure maybe at this point that it's very slippery. He has lost his footing a few times, especially there in the corner. They're probably on fight, you know, 7 on the night, if you will. But that does take a lot of energy out to slip and then fall down and then get back up. You know, you want to save every ounce of energy you can, especially in a world title fight.
You're right.
Hopefully
And you can kind of hear Maloney's corner. They're yelling for him to double up on his jabs.
Oh, nice uppercut got in for Takai with the right hand, and then down to the body with the left. Making Maloney very uncomfortable. Again, down to the body with the left hand. Got the champion Maloney backed into the corner. But I like the patience Takai showing here.
Yeah, it's impressive. It really is.
Some maturity in the ring. And I mean, he's 27 years old, but it's the immaturity that he has in the boxing ring that I'm referencing how that's not coming through tonight.
Right, not at all. It looks like a very evenly matched fight in terms of experience, for sure. Maloney's got a bloody nose, I believe.
Sure looks like it.
I believe the game plan for Maloney would be to use his experience, kind of wait him out. I knew Takai would be coming on strong. He's landing these clean shots, that uppercut.
That was a beautiful shot, and they kind of had that clash of heads right there. Luckily, he didn't open a cut on either fighter, which you see so many times when you have an orthodox and a southpaw.
Yeah.
Nico, what do you think Maloney needs to do here?
The best thing for Maloney to do would just be to listen to his corner. They're telling him to use his jabs. He's got to keep an opponent like this at bay. I don't believe Takai Takai doesn't have the experience that Maloney has in the later rounds. He's got to take him to deep waters this fight. You know, show your experience, show your pedigree.
I think that Maloney's definitely feeling Takai's power early, and it's just made him hesitant.
Yeah. Those body shots are going to slow this whole fight down if Takai keeps landing them.
And I know he has that point deduction for low blow in round 2, but there's a case that could be made that he's won every round so far.
Yeah. And, you know, the unfortunate thing is even though you're throwing low blows, those take more out of you than the body shots. So that could, you know, be taking a toll on Maloney, too, towards the end of the fight.
You're wondering how much those last two fights have taken out of Jason Maloney. I know it's something we talked about in the lead up to this fight. Those punishing majority decision victories he's had in back-to-back fights. Would that experience help him tonight, or would those wars hurt him in terms of, you know, taking some of his punch resistance off and aging him a little bit in the last year or so?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing those fights could do, negatively speaking, is, you know, it could take away from your confidence.
That too,
you're getting
sure.
majority decisions. You could question yourself. That was a big shot. So Maloney's got a lot to prove tonight. He's got to make a statement with this fight.
Good punch.
And Takai's really just trying to tee off on him right now.
Consistently trying to go downstairs to the body, even if not to help Maloney bring that guard down. And you can hear the directions clear as day from Maloney's corner. They're wanting him to double up on the right hand, and he's just shy to let it go.
Yeah. Again, you know, throwing the right hand leaves you open for a counter, especially with a southpaw. His power shot is his left hand. You throw that right hand, you can get countered by the left. They're saying that the right hand's there. It is, but again, it's a risk that a lot of people wouldn't want to take with a power puncher like Takai.
I mean, his corner again, time and time again. Let go of the right hand, let go of the right hand.
That's the power shot. It landed right there a little.
I mean, Maloney in a world of trouble right now. I don't mean that because he's been hurt or knocked down, but I just mean in terms of trying to find an answer.
Yeah. He looks like he's just having trouble right now understanding his opponent.
I mean, but we're talking about a 29-fight vet. A guy that's been
Yeah.
in 4 world championship
Yeah.
fights against a guy that's 8-0 with 8 knockouts.
It's just, I mean, Takai's just interesting. He's not the average 8-fight pro. He definitely looks a lot more seasoned than what he is. It's also interesting to note, because I keep saying that Maloney has the experience in the later rounds that he could be taking him to deep waters, but Takai was able to get a knockout or a TKO in the 11th round, so his power carries throughout the fight.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many more of these rounds you can fight like this before you gotta just go for it.
Right, right. I mean, we're in the halfway point of the fight right now. For Maloney, at some point, he's going to have to start, you know, letting that right hand go, like his corner's saying.
Takai sticking to the jab, doubling it up there. Maloney coming in with that high guard. and just get tagged by shots from Takai, just like that 3-punch combination.
That was a clean left hand from Takai.
Oh, nice.
Clean jab.
Then he comes around with the left hand to the right side of Maloney's body.
Maloney is running into punches because he's coming forward almost at the same time that Takai is.
Even Maloney's corner asking him to go to the body. Go to the body with your right hand. It's like Takai's peppering every part of Maloney's body, even the elbows, trying to get him to bring down that guard.
Yeah, they're asking Maloney to keep letting go of that right hand and to go to the body.
Something that Takai's been doing consistently since round 1.
Yep. Some of these punches are landing just slightly less clean. If they land flush, then anyone can, go down from them.
Maloney gets in a right hand there to the body. Again with the right hand scores to the head, and then right back comes Takai. Down to the body with the right hand of his own. Oh, nice shot there. Cleanest punch of the fight for Maloney.
Maloney has an opportunity. Takai's throwing his body punches with his hands low. He's got an opportunity to counter. I think that's what his corner's yelling as well.
That's good observation as he lands with the right hand again. We definitely picked it up in the last minute of this round. Nico did Maloney.
Definitely. That was interesting. I don't know what that last part was. I don't know what that last part was there. I think Maloney lost his footing, I believe, with a right hook. That was a much better round, though, for Maloney. See, I would say that's the only problem, the only noticeable problem from Takai that I'm seeing is that he throws his punches, but his hands are going back down to his waist. Yeah, that was a good shot. That was a good shot.
Sure was.
That was legitimate.
Stay really neat. It's gonna fall.
Round 7.
Round 7 of this 12-round WBO Bantamweight World Title fight. Christina Poncher, Nico Ali Walsh here with you. Maloney is finding himself likely down big time on these scorecards to the 8-0 Yashiki Takai, who has shown thus far to be the stronger fighter here tonight, has put in a vicious body attack, albeit a little low early on, which caused a point deduction in round 2. But Maloney has just been struggling to find any sort of offensive rhythm through the first 6 rounds. Maybe the last minute of the last round, but that's about it.
Maloney's yelling, his corner's yelling for him to double up on the jab and to feint and throw. Both those would work for him right now, but he's just kind of running into punches from Takai. He's going in without throwing those jabs that his corner's yelling him to.
And Maloney's fought some great opposition in his career. He usually throws a lot more punches. He doesn't necessarily have that one-punch knockout power, but he wears guys down. And this is just, I think the southpaw stance of Takai and the power is really bothering him tonight.
Yeah.
That uppercut was tricky there that just missed from Takai. And Maloney trying to stand his ground now, as he has some blood still continuing to trickle down from his nose. As Takai hooks around the guard there with the right hand.
That hook from Takai, that right hook, is what hurt Maloney at the end of the last round.
And then the left hand to the body. Two consistent weapons that have affected Maloney from Takai in this fight.
Takai's available to get hit. His punches are coming from the waist. He's got good movement, so he's not getting hit as much as he would for a less experienced fighter, but still there's opportunities here for Maloney. You can hear his corner yelling for him to do them.
Under 30 seconds here to go in round 7, and walks right into a straight right hand from Takai, and Maloney's corner pleading for him to let go of the right hand and to get busy.
I'm hearing right hand, jab, and body. That's what his corner wants, Maloney. Takai fights with his hands down. Maloney has the opportunity to hit him if he lets his hands go more.
And I mean, that shot's coming from far. You would think that you'd be able to get out of the distance or get your hand down. He's almost telegraphing it, but Maloney's he's so enamored with his high guard because he's trying to protect himself so much that
he's not seeing it. There's moments where you use high guard, and there's moments where you don't. I know no coach is going to tell their fighter to put their hands down, but there's moments where you can't leave your hands in high guard 100% of the time. You won't see certain punches.
Just getting some insight into some of the numbers through the first half of the fight. Maloney had thrown 230 punches, landing only 42 of them, whereas Takai has thrown 312 and landed 107 of those shots. Oh, and good combination there. Wow. Best combination of the fight so far from Maloney.
Yeah, that punch landed flush. That's that right hand that the corner's been yelling for him to do. He can seize this opportunity.
And this is a little bit of what you were talking about, how in later rounds, perhaps we would see Takai fade a little bit because it's just uncharted territory for him. He's only been to this point in a fight once in his career. And that was back in 2022. He got a knockout victory in the 11th. Every other fight other than that has been 5 rounds or less.
Yeah.
There's another good combination from Maloney.
Takai took that punch very well. Did they forget his mouthpiece the whole round?
Yep. What a convenient time to say, hey, I don't have my mouthpiece. Nice left hand lands there for Takai. Maybe a pause in the rhythm as a slip. The very same corner that Maloney slipped in earlier.
He called it. Takai handled that adversity with that combo that Maloney landed very well.
Oh, nice uppercut. And then comes around with the left hook. Much better round, though, here in round 8.
Yeah.
At least Maloney had some effective offense here.
And he's letting that right hand go. It's landing. His corner is right. He's open for it. Southpaws naturally get hit more with right hands when fighting an orthodox fighter. I do believe Takai is slowing down. even if it's by a little bit, this is, like you said, just uncharted territory for him. Right hand. Maloney's corner.
And instead it's a left for Takai that scores.
Takai looks a little more fatigued than he had the previous rounds. This is the territory where I'm sure Maloney feels more comfortable.
And there's the left hand that got the combination started in that round. That was the best flurry of offense that we've seen from Maloney to this point in the fight.
Yeah.
Really.
That's so interesting that he didn't have his mouthpiece in. They forgot to put his mouthpiece in.
I mean, that's where he reminds you that he's only had 8 professional fights.
Yeah, yeah.
That's an important part.
It's not fun to take flush shots like that with no mouth guard.
Round 9.
This is when Maloney is supposed to excel, the latter end of the fight. So we'll see if he changes his game plan at all. The last few rounds have been a lot better for Maloney.
And he's letting the right hand go behind the jab.
Yes. I was just going to say he's letting the right hand go now.
Down to the body with the left hand for Takai.
He's landing the right hand, Maloney, by starting off with it. He's starting with the right hand, and it is working for him right now. Sometimes that lead right and then the jab will land for a southpaw because everyone's used to it being 1-2, 1-2 instead of it being 2-1. That catches a lot of people.
That jab just caught Takai from Maloney, but he comes right back with the right hand of his own. And I think it's... I was going to say, I think that was going to be an accidental headbutt. And
it cut?
No, I think it actually caught him in the nose, but fortunately no cut there as we get into just a little over a minute left here in round 9, and Maloney's still having some difficulty in having continuous offensive rhythm. It's just not there tonight.
I can see Maloney going to his left. He's trying to lead Takai into getting hit with his right. When he does it, it works for him. But he's not doing it consistently this round.
Takai still shooting off the jab, the 1-2. Straight punches is a lot of what they worked on in training camp. Walking in with more straight shots and then investing in the body.
Yeah.
Strong jab there from Maloney. Maloney has not really been able to go to the body either, Nico. Like not consistent body work at all.
And that was a good uppercut from Takai.
Good work.
The right hand is getting harder for Maloney to land because Takai is going to Maloney's left.
And there's that clash where you need.
Yeah.
caught him on the nose, and that happens so often with the orthodox and southpaw fighters.
It really does.
Because he's going down to under it, and you'll catch him and knock him out. Understand, Jace? Stay low.
라운드 10.
All right, we mentioned it before. This is only the second time in the career, the young career of Yoshiki Takai, that he's seen round 10. He's gone to the 11th round where he got a TKO victory over Maloney's stablemate, Bruno Termino. That was back in 2022. And you can tell, as Dico pointed out, it is wearing on him a little bit, just, I think, the sheer length of the fight, the work that he's put in. I'm not going to go as far as saying that Maloney's wearing him down, but if at any time Maloney can turn it up a notch and try to take these last 3 rounds, I mean, he's been here before.
Yeah, if anyone could do it, it's Maloney.
Especially, yes, especially what he showed in his last fight.
Yeah.
He had to finish strong against Saul Sanchez to get that majority decision. Like his corner's saying, you got to press him.
Yeah, that's what you're going to need.
Stay behind the jab and be first.
A big thing that I'm noticing this round, when you can see their feet, Maloney keeps getting caught on the inside of Takai's foot, which is where you don't want to be when you're fighting a southpaw. Your left foot wants to be on the outside of your southpaw opponent, but Maloney's getting caught on the inside a lot. That makes it easier for Takai to land his shots because Maloney will be directly in front of him at that point.
Coming in with the right. Where's the right as he coming in, Jace? Bring him on, boom, there.
And taking this fight, you know, just so close to his last fight. You know, it's kind of one of those things too. That was a brutal fight and he suffered a cut, and perhaps you're seeing a little bit of the wear on Maloney from some of the wars that he's been in. Because even here in round 10, he's still hesitant to let those hands go. Just not on his game tonight. At least what we know, what we expect from him, what we've seen.
Yeah.
Right to the body, Jason.
And Takai has landed nearly 50 body shots in the fight. And that's a record for him. And we talked about it early on in the fight, how he looked like that was definitely a part of his game plan. How much he continued to work the body, especially, you know, with his rear hand.
That was the first round we saw that. If you see an opponent throwing body shots with intent the way that Takai was throwing in the first round, you know that that's part of their game plan. They plan to do that for the entire fight, and he has.
And I mean, Maloney gets in a good jab there, but then he's countered by 2 shots from Takai, and we've seen that happen time and time again.
Yeah. It's not a good trade. It's not a good trade to land one jab to eat, you know, power shots from your opponent.
And that shot on the belt line, we saw a lot of those early. That was just as low as some of the other shots that we saw that had a point deduction.
Yeah. Those shots are some of the worst body shots. Of course, it's not as bad as getting hit in the liver, but getting hit at the belt line, just the barely legal shot, those body shots hurt. They call that the bread basket, where you hit your opponent.
Yep. And now the championship rounds, and this is as far as Takai has ever been in a world championship fight. And, you know, Maloney's always going to make in a tough fight to the very end. He's been able to, I mean, I don't want to just say escape, but narrowly get by on razor-thin decisions in his last 2 fights. Is this the fight that strips the champion of his belt, and Takai joins the likes of so many Japanese legends as becoming a world champion in under 10 professional fights? I mean, it's trending in that way right now.
Takai's intentions are clear. He definitely hasn't come to just skate by or get
experience, right?
Right,
get the rounds in.
Just get the rounds in. No, he's coming to win, and win in big fashion. The way he's throwing his punches, turning on his punches.
And this is such a big step up in opposition for Takai. I mean, he's fought guys all of his fights, since his pro debut have been against guys with winning records, but not any guys that the majority of even hardcore boxing fans had ever heard of. And to come in here tonight and fight the way that he has, and puzzle Maloney the way that he has.
Yeah, it's just impressive. It's just very impressive.
Good 1-2 there from Takai.
They want him, Maloney's corner wants him to throw 3 punches or more. He's going to have to. He's got to, up his output, Maloney, if he wants to stay in this fight. We only have a round left, really. Yeah, they want him throwing combos. The 1 jab at a time, and maybe 2 jabs at a time isn't doing it for Maloney right now.
Yeah, this is not really honestly the type of fight I expected to see. I think that you expected something a little bit different as well.
I did.
I don't think we anticipated this fight going the distance, and I know there's still 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. But I thought we were going to see a little more action back and forth, not as one-sided.
The way that Takai has been throwing with that intent, if Maloney had fought the way that I was thinking he would fight and stayed there and just tried to bang with Takai, it wouldn't have went well because someone would have gotten caught. So, we'll see if Maloney steps on the gas this last round. He definitely needs to if he wants to win this fight.
I mean, he very well needs a knockout to win this fight. I mean, Takai could be 3 minutes away from becoming the new WBO bantamweight world champion.
It's looking that way. And this will say a lot about Takai. We'll see, I think it's clear that Takai is ahead right now. We'll see if he's the type of fighter that skates away with the victory or keeps throwing to the very end of the fight.
We got 3 minutes to settle it here. Can Jason Mayhem Maloney pull something out of his bag here in round 12? Likely needing a knockout to remain champion. Or are we 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from crowning a new bantamweight world champion? Crowd very much into this fight here. 55,000 people in the Tokyo Dome. What a story for Yoshiki Takai.
Yeah, Takai is widely the favorite, of course.
Well,
being on home turf.
The hometown favorite, not the favorite on the odds.
Yes, no, of course. No, but you can hear the crowd every time Takai lets his hands go, which he has been doing frequently. They're excited.
Down to the body, Takai goes again, and then back to the 1-2. Those straight shots are something they've been working on, making those crisp, making those hard shots. He's had the hooks, he's had the looping shots, but it really was a point of emphasis, and you can see a difference tonight.
Takai's never been to the 12th round before.
Never. Looks like he almost took a look up at the clock right now, too, didn't he?
I noticed that immediately. When you're fighting in the ring, the clock is right above you, and you can look up at the screen and see how much time is left.
Maloney's got 68 seconds to try to let it out and walk out of here a champion. It might be too little, too late, Nico, as Takai is confident in standing right there and throwing with him as well.
Maloney's landing some good shots right now. If he had done this the last 2 rounds, it may have been a completely different fight, because Takai looks dead tired right now.
Absolutely, as he's given it everything that he's had. He's thrown a lot more punches than Maloney has. This is probably the round that Maloney's thrown the most punches.
This is Maloney's best round.
Deciding to let go, and Takai almost, and he catches Takai there with the right hand. Takai almost just serving his head on a platter there.
Yeah, wow.
This is where you kind of want to get on your stick and walk around a little bit. Maloney trying to put everything behind these shots. 14 seconds to go. Back and forth, they will go to the bell in this World Championship fight. It is over.
Dead tired, Takai. But, I mean, he did it. Wow.
That was a great ending to this fight, but you kind of wondered if Maloney could have brought that out a little bit earlier. Would we be in a different situation right now? But my kudos to Yoshiki Takai and the way he fought tonight.
He's an impressive fighter.
Everything
Takai.
he has.
Like I said before, Maloney's got that experience. He's got the advantage when it comes to the later rounds. If he had done what he just did for the last 2-3 rounds, it looked like Takai was in trouble for a moment there. He could have possibly stopped him, if he had done that for 3 rounds.
And you can see the smile on Takai's face, and Maloney also with his arms up, just exhausted over the ropes. The tale of 2 different looks on both of these fighters' faces.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
As he comes over to thank the Maloney corner for even giving him an opportunity to fight for a world title. Maloney didn't have to go to Japan to fight the world title. He could have waited and fought on the card in Perth, Australia, the Loma Kambosos card, but he thought, I have a chance to, it's always been a dream of mine to fight in Japan.
Right.
I love Japanese boxing. This is a historic night in the Tokyo Dome. I want to be a part of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, we go to the scorecards. We have a unanimous decision. Judge at ringside, Dr. Lou Moret, scores about 117 to 110. Judges Ellis Johnson and Benoit Roussel both scored about 116 to 111. All 3 in favor of the winner. And the new
He made history, Takai.
Congratulations to Yoshiki Takai, the new WBO Bantamweight World Champion. Overcome with emotion, joining the likes of some of the most elite fighters in all of Japan to win their first widely recognized world title in fewer than 10 professional fights. 9 fights in, Nico, he is a world champion. And he fought like one tonight.
Yeah, this is incredible. He is very impressive. I saw that just from his walkout, just his composure, the way he's handling the pressure of the situation. I mean, he's an impressive fighter. He's definitely someone that you want to keep your eyes on. You will be seeing him again, I'm sure, Takai.
階級新チャンピオンでございます。
What an impressive performance, pretty much from start to finish.
Very.
Aside from the point deduction in round 2, he kept his composure, fought beyond what his record reflected, stuck to his game plan, invested in the body. Wasn't until the last round that he really, allowed himself to let up a bit and have some lapses in defense. But you had to look at Junto Nakatani, who was sitting there ringside. That is the WBC bantamweight champion and his fellow countrymen. So I'm not saying he's going to go into unification next, but that could be something that would be a build-up for the future. Let's go to the interview.
こんにちは。足立区から来た武井が東京ドームで世界チャンピオンになりました。
Hello everyone, I'm Tokyo Dome. Thank you.
最後まで戦い抜きました。名前を聞いた時どんな思いだったでしょうか。
いやもう本当にでも12ラウンド結構きつくて、本当は KO で勝ちたかったんですけど、本当にマロニー選手が本当強くて、やっぱ試合前からやっぱ強いって分かってたから、本当に必死に練習できたし、マロニー選手のおかげで強くなれました。マロニー選手ありがとうございました。
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Jason Maloney for taking this fight. I know this is the hardest fight of my career, and the 12th round was the toughest round that I experienced. But I know James is such a strong fighter. That's why I gave it all out during the practice and during today's fight. Thank you so much, Jason.
そして古川会長いらっしゃいます。どんな言葉かけたいですか。
でもまず先に大橋会長がチャンスくれたので、大橋会長本当にありがとうございます。そして八重樫さんが勝利に導いてくれました。八重樫さんありがとうございます。
Before anything else, I would like to appreciate Mr. Ohashi for giving this opportunity for me and Mr. Yagashi for training me so hard.
そうですね、今日自分の親父の古川誠一の誕生日で、本当になんかいつも洋服あげるとなんかサイズがどうのとか色がどうのとか文句言うんで、今日は文句ありますか？お誕生日おめでとうございます。本当に育ててくれてありがとうございました。
And the chairman of my gym, Mr. Furuhashi, I'm considering him as my dad. And happy birthday. This is for you.
見事新チャンピオンに輝きました武井良樹選手でした。
What an impressive performance. I mean, he almost gave it away there at the end. And he said by far that was the toughest round ever of my career. The first time he had ever gone to a round 12. But what's the scary thing is, he's going to be an even better fighter after what he went through tonight.
That's experience. You can't buy experience.
Yep.
He's very impressive for his now 9-fight career. But no matter how great you are, you can't fake experience, and now he's got that experience. And he's going to continue to get it, so he's only going to get better.
He did a great job cutting off the ring, going down to the body with the left hand, staying true to his jab, being able to get out of range of anything that Maloney was firing in exchange. Maloney really wasn't able at any point to get into a comfortable rhythm offensively throughout the course of the fight. He had some bright moments, particularly in the last few rounds, but he wasn't able to tie it together for any extended period of time.
I'm impressed to see how Takai has made the transition from kickboxing to boxing. And normally when you see people make the transition from any other combat sport to boxing, you see it in the boxing ring as a disadvantage, but you didn't see that at all from Takai. It's just, overall, he's just a very interesting but impressive fighter.
I almost wish we could hear from Maloney as well.
I know. I definitely would like to hear from him.
But I think, my hat's off and kudos to Yoshiki Takai. What a treat for those fans in attendance tonight. And what a great preamble for them to carry that momentum now into our main event, Naoya Inoue taking on Luis Nery, which is coming up next. And, Luis Nery has got some bad blood there in Japan. He has been there twice. He's won twice, albeit tainted victories. One of them coming at the hands of a positive post-fight drug test, and then the other coming into the fight 3 pounds over the weight, and in fact was banned by the Japanese Boxing Commission after that. They take missing weight extremely seriously there. But what Luis Nery has done is continue to rack up wins since his loss to Brandon Figueroa and earn himself the #1 position again in the BC, almost forcing the Japanese Boxing Commission to make a decision, because Naoya Inoue being undisputed, he's got to take on mandatory challengers. So what are you going to do? Have him vacate the belt? Yeah. Have him not fight in Japan, or lift this ban and maybe get some sweet revenge at the hands of Naoya Inoue with the victory over Luis Nery?
Yeah, Nery's the villain. He is the villain tonight, and I'm sure you'll hear from the crowd's reaction just how much they love Inoue and probably how much that they may not like Nery
from those fights against Yamakana. For more on that, here is a piece put together by ESPN's own Mark Kriegel.
The last fight at the Tokyo Dome made history.
This has got to be one of the biggest upsets in the history of boxing. Unbelievable!
This one should too, but for entirely different reasons. Yes, Naoya Inoue has a Tyson-like aptitude for destruction. Just don't confuse Luis Nery with Buster Douglas. He's not the foil, he's the villain. And while Tyson Douglas ended in controversy,
Douglas, who was knocked down late in the 8th round, survived a long count.
Controversy here came in the preamble. In 2017, after knocking out the Japanese champion, Nery tested positive for a banned substance. Then, for the rematch, came in 3 pounds over and knocked him out again.
Japanese fans do not like Luis Nery.
It was presumed Nery would never fight again in Japan. But now that the National Commission lifted its indefinite suspension, you wonder if facing Inoue in the Tokyo Dome isn't itself a form of cruel and unusual punishment. Inoue, maybe the best fighter in the world, is a pure predator. Still, Nery is taken to calling him overrated, overconfident, even ordinary. No surprise, then, if this fight outdraws Tyson Douglas, as this fight had something that one did not. A bad guy.
All right, let's take you to the footage a little over 24 hours ago of the weigh-in for our main event, Naoya Inoue versus Luis Nery. There's Naoya Inoue. No problem making weight for Nery, but this was a very intense face-off between these two. And although Naoya Inoue says he doesn't hold any resentment towards Nery for what Nery did in those fights against his countryman in Yamanaka, you could tell that it is a little more personal with that stare down. And a look at the tail of the tape, I mean, not a lot of difference here. The only advantage really for Naoya Inoue is his reach. But of course, 26-0 with 23 knockouts. You'd have to look at some of the intangibles that are not shown here on the tail of the tape that are really more of what's going to tell the story in this fight. Naoya Inoue, when you're building a fighter, right? You want a guy that checks every box? He'd be like that fighter that I'd build on a video game.
He is.
He has all the intangibles.
No, he is the closest you get to the perfect fighter. Textbook and everything.
deal.
Oh, that's left. Floyd him. It came from nowhere. It's over. Ali is the knockout winner.
Do you know that guy?
He looks familiar.
I think his name is Poppy.
That's my favorite fighter.
Naoya Inoue, right?
Yeah. No,
He
no,
is too,
Naoya
right?
Inoue is my number one currently, to date.
He's a lot of people's number one pound-for-pound
He
fighter.
should be.
Yeah, but Luis Nery's been on this stage before. He's been in multiple world championship fights, a former 2-division world champion, and now the mandatory challenger, fighting for undisputed. As we take a look at some highlights of Naoya the Monster Inoue, 21 world championship fights out of his 26 total fights. And I mean, of course, you go back to the instant classic against Nonito Donaire. That one comes to mind first, but he's just been systematically breaking down opponents at every level in every facet of the game, and he's just a joy to watch in the boxing ring. And I mean, I know we're tooting his horn a lot, but he ask anyone who appreciates the sweet science, and he deserves he's special.
He is. I mean, he is a generational talent. He deserves the accolades, the flowers that he's getting right now. He deserves every bit of it.
He's fighting tonight in his second consecutive fight against a southpaw, Marlon Tapales, and his last fight was a southpaw. And Luis Nery, also a left-handed fighter. He's actually gone against 3 southpaws in his last 7 fights, but with Luis Nery, I mean, he's going to bring the pressure, and he has nothing to lose tonight.
まあ今でもやっぱりもう日本人が誰もたどり着けないであろう場所まで来てるとは思うんですけど、
全て成し遂げてきた。
全然満足してない。今ここまで来ても満足してないから。
Sí, yo creo que se sobrevalorado. Bueno, pero no es un fuera de serie.
止まらない連打、鉄槌のような一撃、最も危険な相手。日本の名王者山中慎介と2度拳を交えた。初戦はドーピング疑惑、再戦ではウェイトオーバーという愚行。
Antes que nada quisiera pedir una disculpa.
正直に言うと、本当の近くで戦ってる姿っていうのは見たくないんですけど、でも本当にしっかりと仕上げてきてほしいですよね。そうじゃないと井上尚弥には絶対勝てないですからね。
危機感ってものがやっぱりタパレスよりネリのがある。隙のある選手だけど強みが爆発的になる選手。
Impredecible no, de hecho es bastante predecible porque su estilo no cambia.
34年ぶりの特別な場所で。
Yo creo que ese día lo van a ver ustedes.
ここからはやっぱり本当に自分のためにやらないと足元すくわれると。自分が勝ち進んでいくことがボクシングのためになると思っていて、
過去最高に危険な戦い。
もっと先の景色を見ていきたい。どこまでも多分登っていける。一発でひっくり返る。
Ya sé, o sea yo.
危険リスク大きいですけど。
Aburridísima, esta va a ser una guerra al nivel de.
倒しますけどね。最後は。
4団体統一世界スーパーバンタム級タイトルマッチ、井上尚弥 vs ルイス・ネリ。
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the bout you've all been waiting for, the main event of the evening. And now, please welcome the boxers as they make their way to the ring. First, the challenger from Mexico. Here is the former two-division champion of the world, introducing Luis Pantera Nery.
To the ring now, 35-1, 27 knockouts, former two-division world champion, looking to become undisputed junior featherweight world champion tonight. He is 2-0 in Japan, looking to become 3-0, and vows to knock out Naoya Inoue tonight. He's the #1 WBC mandatory challenger, a 13-year pro who says at this point in his career, he is in the best shape he has ever been. And he'll need every bit of it. I said I was on weight a day before the weigh-in. They did have mandatory weight checks in the lead up to this fight because of his storied past of not making weight on multiple occasions. And he said, I couldn't have asked for a better preparation and a better camp to get me ready for the biggest fight of my life, a chance to become undisputed. He's going to have pretty much 55,000 people in that arena cheering against him tonight, considering his history there in Tokyo, Japan. I mean, you could see in that piece that we just showed you how hard it was for Yamanaka to even say, I have to sit here and watch him fight. He was
they don't like Nery. I mean, they have, you know.
He's apologized and maybe, and maybe they've moved on because it's not like, you know, Inoue has himself said, I need to get this revenge for all of Japan. He's like, look, I'm not looking into all of that. You know, I'm looking at our fight at hand, and he's made weight for our fight. And I'm not holding what has happened in the past against him, but you can even tell in the face-off, it just looked a little bit more personal. And I think, and look, he obviously knows to the task that he has at hand. This is arguably his toughest opponent to date. I mean, we thought Bolton was going to come in here and put in a good fight, and we all saw how that turned out. You know, not how we expected. Tapales was game until the 10th round, and then, but Nery, I mean, possesses a lot of skills and that dangerous punching power.
And now making his way to the ring, here is the undefeated 4-division defending undisputed super bantamweight champion of the world, Naoya Monster Inoue.
Production is amazing.
I'm sure you recognize the sounds of the guitar, played by none other than the legendary Tomoyasu Hotei. Japanese musician, singer, songwriter, composer, record producer. This song, Battle Without Honor or Humanity, has been featured in numerous films, commercials, and maybe most infamously, Quentin Tarantino's feature film, Kill Bill.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Take a listen. people filed into the Tokyo Dome to witness Japanese boxing history as the undisputed junior featherweight world champion, Naoya "the Monster" Inoue, makes his way to the ring.
He's got incredible star power over in Japan. They love him.
An absolute rock star and an absolute pound-for-pound legendary fighter who is already a first ballot Hall of Famer, no question about it, and only the third fighter to be an undisputed world champion in 2 weight classes, joining the likes of Terrence Crawford and Claressa Shields. The 2023 Boxing Writers Association of America Fighter of the Year, the only Japanese fighter to ever win that honor, the #1 ranked 122-pounder. The accolades go on and on. 21 world championship fights, 21 victories, 19 of those by knockout.
He's making incredible strides for Japanese boxing. I love seeing when people are able to do that.
Tonight will be the second world title defense of the WBC and WBO titles, and the first defense of the WBA and IBF world titles that he won in his last fight against Marlon Tapales.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to rise for the playing of the national anthem of Mexico, followed by the national anthem of Japan.
これより両選手の栄誉をたたえ、両国国歌演奏のセレモニーを行います。ご来場の皆様、ご起立、そしてご脱帽をお願いいたします。 協力ありがとうございました。どうぞご着席ください。
I don't think it's by accident that Team Inoue has tiger stripes on tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Nippon no boxing fan no minasama konbanwa. And indeed, we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the world-famous Tokyo Dome here in Tokyo, Japan, for the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Ohashi Promotion in association with Teiken Promotions and Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated. This bout is an undisputed title sanctioned by the WBC, President Mauricio Sulaiman, Supervisor Dwayne Ford, the WBO, President Francisco Valcarcel, Supervisor Leon Panasillo, the WBA, President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, Supervisor Juan Kim, and the IBF, President Daryl Peoples, Supervisor Tsuyoshi Yasukochi. And now we introduce our three judges scoring this bout from ringside. From Australia, Adam Height. From Canada, Benoit Roussel. And from Puerto Rico, Jose Roberto Torres. Introducing our referee in charge. He will be giving instructions for this bout. From Canada, Michael Griffin. All right, fans. Here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the undisputed Super Bantamweight Championship of the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance, and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Tokyo, Japan, it's prime time! Introducing to you first, the defending world champion. On my left, fighting out of the red corner, entering the ring wearing black trunks with white trim, hailing from Zama, Kanagawa, Japan. He weighed in at 55.2 kilograms or 121 3/4 pounds. With a sensational record, he is undefeated with 26 wins, no losses, 23 big wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, he is making his 22nd world title appearance. Here is the renowned superstar of the sport, boxing sensation and pound-for-pound great. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 4-division world champion, boxing's pride of Japan, the current, hard-hitting, undefeated, reigning and defending, undisputed Super Bantamweight champion of the world, introducing Naoya Monster Inoue! And his opponent across the ring tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, is the challenger, wearing black trunks with gray trim, proudly representing his home of Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He weighed in at a trim and ready 54.8 kilograms or 120 3/4 pounds. With a record of 35 wins, only one defeat, he has 27 big wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making his 3rd world title appearance, he is ranked in the top 5 by all boxing organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome tonight's battle-ready challenger, the hard-hitting and dangerous former WBC Bantamweight and WBC Super Bantamweight champion of the world, introducing Luis Pantera Nery. Once again, our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Michael Griffin.
You men receive my instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves now, men. You're boxing at the bell. God bless you both. Touch gloves.
Boxing is at its best when all the belts are on the line and up for grabs. The undisputed WBC, WBO, WBA, and IBF World Championship. The champion, Naoya Inoue. The challenger, Luis Nery. Nery in the southpaw stance, the second consecutive southpaw opponent for Naoya Inoue.
Already starting throwing heavy shots Inoue.
Inoue believes that he'll get the knockout victory tonight against Luis Nery. Says he does not see this fight going the distance.
I don't think anyone does.
Jab and a body shot there from Luis Nery. Nery, a former 2-division world champion, the mandatory challenger for the WBC, is 4-0 since the lone loss on his record to Brandon Figueroa, 3 of those by way of knockout. Nice left-hand scores there from Inoue.
Inoue is so calm. He's always so calm.
I know you studied a ton of tape on Naoya Inoue. What should the people expect from him tonight?
He's just explosive, and I think people who watch him know that. Any shot that lands, whether it be to the body or the head, could end the fight. One shot. But the way that Nery is, because I've done a ton of tape on Nery as well, it makes for an explosive fight. You know, them two styles together, those make fights.
And that's what Nery has promised. He said an entertaining fight for the fans. Oh, and down goes Naoya Inoue from a left hook from Luis Nery in round 1.
Wow.
The champ is down in round 1. What an excellent start for Luis Nery.
Nery's gonna step on the gas now, for sure. Take this opportunity.
We knew that hook was dangerous from that southpaw stance. We just didn't know it would catch Naoya Inoue so early in round 1. Wow. Down to the body, both fighters to the body. That is the first knockdown of Naoya Inoue's career.
Well, Nery's got to really utilize that opportunity. Never been done before.
Not the start the 55,000 people in attendance expected, or most of us watching worldwide.
I don't think anyone. Wow.
What a boost of confidence for the challenger, a 10-8 round.
We haven't even seen Inoue hurt noticeably in his entire career.
There it is. Just caught him flush. I mean, he didn't even look at the shot. Nery was looking down and just came overhand with the left. It was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, he just wasn't guarding himself at all. His hands were down Inoue.
Shingo Inoue, his father and the trainer in the corner. And for the first time in his 26-fight professional career, Naoya Inoue has been knocked down. Lets the crowd know he's okay, puts his gloves back together, and we march out for round 2.
Inoue rises to challenges, so we'll see how he changes his game plan this round. They're both being more calculated.
Yeah, just touching with that lead jab as they look to establish that outside foot position. And Inoue said he is a dangerous puncher, and I respect his power and his ability. And no doubt Nery does too, right? You didn't see him get overconfident or overzealous after that knockdown.
No, and most people would have.
Nery looking strong here to start round 2 as well. Down to the body for Inoue with the lead left hand.
That's one of Inoue's strengths. Inoue goes to the body a lot. I think we'll start seeing that.
And Nery's been known to be affected by body shots in his career.
Inoue's,
especially in his only career loss against Figueroa.
Yeah, Inoue's one of the best body punchers in boxing today.
There he goes to the body with the right hand. Once again, Nery just meeting him, tapping that jab hand out, not letting the left hand go yet again. Wanting to bait him into counter with that left hand, Nico.
Yeah, he's landing that body shot clean in a way.
Oh, and big shot there, drops Nery in round 2. And just 1 round later, Naoya Inoue gets his lick back with the left hand as well.
It's an even playing field now.
Both guys promised us an entertaining fight, and so far both fighters have been down on the canvas through the first 2 rounds.
An incredible start.
Nice right hand there from Inoue. And we're even.
Wow.
It's a 10-round fight now. That's incredible.
Yeah, wow.
Let's take a couple looks at the knockdown. He caught him just in between when Nery was looking to throw that left hand. Countered him with the left. Interesting, both knockdowns are both with the left hand for each fighter too.
Yeah.
Make him miss and what?
Make him pay.
That's it.
It's an even playing field now. They both felt the canvas. You know, it's fair game. It's a firefight. I think we all knew it was going to be like this.
And I think the biggest difference is, although Nery is throwing a ton of punches, Inoue's punches are the more clean shots. He's landing at a higher clip, nearly 48% through the first 2 rounds.
Inoue's great at changing his game plan, adjusting.
Oh, and Nery's, yeah, his glove, it kind of was moving out of the way, but his glove almost grazed the canvas there.
Yeah.
They bring the action back to the center of the ring here for round 3.
Inoue's trying to set up that right hand with the jab.
And he goes down to the body and slipping those shots from Nery and coming back with the right hand. That one partially blocked by Nery. And Inoue has to respect that counter left hand every time he looks to lunge forward with the right.
This happens a lot with southpaws where they're just touching each other's lead hands.
Inoue doing just enough with that little step back to get out of range. And then fires back with the combination there. Down to the body after the jab. Nery taking his time, just kind of pawing that jab out there, looking to counter Inoue. he does bring that left hand, Nico, back pretty low after he throws it, does Nery, doesn't he?
Yeah. Nery looks a lot more gun shy this round, I would say. He respects Inoue's power.
Inoue's also going to the body very effectively here.
That straight right keeps landing for Inoue.
And they're right on cue.
That's a southpaw's kryptonite. That's a wrong punch to get hit with by Inoue.
There it is again. Snapping the head back of Nery with the right hand. Really great stuff for the first 3 rounds of this fight. Aerial view of a sold-out Tokyo Dome in Japan. Played home to Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas back in February of 1990. Only 2 boxing events ever held at the Tokyo Dome prior to this evening. A huge night in Japanese boxing history. I mean, this has been a spectacular fight through the first 3 rounds. Very interesting to see who is going to make the first adjustment and take it to the next level as we get into round 4.
Inoue has adjusted already, hasn't gotten hit by that same shot that he got knocked down with the first round. Nery's getting hit with right hands though now. We'll see if he makes the adjustment.
Inoue is slick on defense too. I know we talk so much about his offense and his power, but he's such a good master of distance and range, just slipping either back just enough or under just enough to avoid a lot of these shots.
Yep.
Just like that.
These shots are landing.
Down to the body with the left hand for Inoue. Back to the jab.
Nery's nose is already red. Those are just from the jabs.
Well, and Inoue's been first pretty much every time. It's like Nery wants to sit into this role of counter puncher, but it's just letting Inoue's engine continue to tick and that momentum, you know, beginning to roll as he showboats a bit and then lands a left hand to the body, back to the body again for Inoue.
Inoue is the wrong type of fighter to try to only counter punch with. He throws too much. He has too much output. And he's too fast.
Inoue having some fun in there here in round 4. Plays to the crowd a bit, encouraging Nery to come forward, probably wanting him to open up and throw some shots now.
Definitely. Inoue's an amazing counter puncher. But he's been doing all the throwing. He's been pressing the action in a way.
Double jab left hand for Nery. And Inoue slips the shot once again. Down to the body with the left hand, Nery scores there. And then right back with a pop-up shot with the right hand from Inoue. Back to the jab, right hand to the body. Again, left hook to the body.
Those are going to add up.
Yeah, and I don't think that, you know, when a fighter really says, like, come on.
Yeah, they don't mean
he
that.
He doesn't really want that problem. And it's becoming one here in round 4. He's gone to the well again, back to the body with the left hand for Inoue.
Nery looks clearly frustrated now. Inoue's getting the best of him.
I mean, pretty much every shot that he throws, every 2 shots, is landing. The high clip, the high efficiency in which Naoya Inoue has been able to land in these last 2 rounds has really puzzled Luis Nery, because he has not been proactive. He's been trying to be more reactive, but he's scoring with all these shots, and he's gone back to the body. Partially blocked that shot there to the body, but that left hand. In the last 3 rounds, Inoue has outlanded Nery 65-19.
Round 5.
As we're in round 5, Christina Poncher, Nico Ali Walsh here with you, and Naoya Inoue these last 2 rounds has really turned it up after both fighters have hit the canvas. Inoue in round 1, Nery in round 2.
I think the issue could be that Nery countered him in the first round and dropped him, and now he's only trying to counter Inoue, and it's not working anymore. Inoue's already made that adjustment.
And how many more of those body shots does he want to take, too?
He can't take many more.
And there's a right hand up top, right over the low right hand of Nery. Down to the body. The punch variation by Naoya Inoue.
Yeah, he's changing up his punch selection. Different areas.
Beautiful combination there. Inoue in great rhythm, slipping those hooks from Nery. Countering down to the body. Nery gets in a counter with the left hand, goes to Inoue's body.
Inoue's breaking him down. Nery wants to just go on the inside and bang. That's not going to go well with a fighter like Inoue.
Who's got pound for pound strength, God-given strength. And Nery headbutted Inoue there. Inoue not a fan of that.
Nery knows he can't stay on the outside and try to box Inoue. He's trying to make it a bit of a brawl and get inside. But Inoue is a boxer puncher. He does well in both.
Beautiful straight right hand. Nery scores with the left hand to the body. Oh, and another left hand drops Nery in round 5.
When Inoue smells blood, he jumps on it, so we'll see how he reacts to this.
25 seconds left to go in round 5. Nery looking to swing for the fences as well. Inoue giving himself some space to work, lands a flush right hand.
Wow.
Nery bites down on his mouthpiece. 10 seconds left to go in round 5. Another knockdown scored in round 5 by Naoya Inoue.
Wow, and it was another left hook again.
Beautiful shot. And that one in close range.
It's amazing to see how the fighters react from different punches. Naoya doesn't have a particular punch that he's stronger than, like his right hand or his left hook. He's strong in both, but it's been a left hook for Nery to drop him both times. That was a perfectly placed shot.
And he had to like lean against the ropes a little bit just to give himself the distance that he needed to not smother that shot, right?
He gave himself some space.
It was perfect. Luis Nery, let's see what he can come back with here in round 6 after being knocked down in round 2 and 5. Inoue also down in round 1. First knockdown of his pro career. Doubling up on the jab for Inoue.
He's waiting for him. He's waiting for Nery to throw. He wants to counter him, but Nery's not throwing enough.
Down to the body with the left hand there for Nery. Doing some body work there, scores with the right hand.
Ooh.
Inoue just turning it up at any given moment. It's almost like you gave him a shot to land a couple punches, just to come back and have a beautiful offensive arsenal on display. Defensive as well.
3 of those punches, big shots landed clean just now.
Oh, Nery ate another. That one with the right hand sends it through the ropes.
It's over.
That's it. It is over. He's finished him in round 6 and still the undisputed king at junior featherweight. Naoya the Monster Inoue.
He is a generational talent, and wow.
That's a bad man. Wow. 3 knockdowns scored, 6-round knockout victory.
Pound for pound king. Pound for pound king, the monster.
After getting off the canvas in round 1, he comes back, delivers 3 knockdowns, and puts away Luis Nery in 6.
You love to see how a fighter reacts to getting knocked down for the first time in their career. It did nothing but lit a fire in Inoue.
Wow. That's how you get it done. I mean, the first 2 knockdowns with the left hand and then the finishing blow with the right in round 6. And I mean, Nery wore some shots before the final one that stopped him.
It was that left hook. That left hook kept landing.
And Luis Nery suffers his first defeat in Japan and his second as a pro.
Undisputed super bantamweight champion of the world, Naoya Monster Inoue!
And still undisputed super bantamweight champion Naoya Inoue wins in impressive fashion a round 6 knockout victory over Luis Nery. I mean, there's not enough superlatives that we could say to encapsulate the type of fighter that Naoya Inoue is.
Yeah, it's hard to, he's hard to describe. He's that kind of fighter that's almost perfect. And this, it adds, him getting knocked down
right?
adds to it. He's able to recover that quick and get up from the canvas, whereas a lot of people, you know, once they taste the canvas for the first time in their career, their long career, they quit. A lot of people, you know, can't come back from that. He immediately came back. He was a different fighter in the next round.
Yeah, he got caught cold right away in the first round. You know, so much riding on him, the pressure, the 55,000, the history that Nery has there. Got dropped, first time in his career, didn't look hurt.
No.
But still, okay, a feather in the cap for Luis Nery. He will take that away as the only person to ever put Inoue on the canvas.
Yeah.
But then Inoue comes back and drops Nery 3 times in the fight to walk away still the undisputed super bantamweight champion of the world.
Yeah. This is why he's pound for pound #1.
I mean, dominated after that first round.
Yeah.
Bob Arum, happy as ever, that smile, and he himself has said, and he's promoted some of the greatest. He is a generational talent. He is a special fighter. And he showed you again. He showed you again. You know, there's some fighters that are at the top of the game, but they don't show it every single fight, night in and night out. He shows it.
He does.
We're going to get an interview in the ring now.
皆さん、お待たせいたしました。4団体防衛、いや、ルイス・ネリーを倒しました。井上尚弥選手です。
皆さん、こんなにも多くのお集まりいただきありがとうございました。Thank you so much everyone for coming to see my fight today. ここ東京ドームで34年ぶりの、日本人メインイベント、自分自身すごいプレッシャーがあったんですけど、こうして皆さんの力が、僕のパワーになりました。本当にありがとうございました。You guys gave me so much power. This is the first Tokyo Dome boxing event, first time in 34 years. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much, everyone.
最後は凄まじいノックアウトでした。倒した瞬間というのはどんな気分だったんでしょうか。
倒した瞬間というのはもういつになく最高な気持ちですけど、皆さん1ラウンド目のサプライズ、たまにはいかがでしょうか。How did you like the big surprise happened in the first round? I'm so happy that I got knocked down, but
ただ、その第1ラウンドダウンを奪われた後、笑ってましたね。あの時の気分はどんな気持ちだったんでしょうか。
やっぱりボクサーということで、そういうシーンというのは自分自身、燃え上がるところがあるので、非常にハイテンションで試合をしてました。Actually, that happening gave me a good motivation, and そしてここ日本東京ドームで、ルイス・ネリと試合できたことに、本当に感謝いたします。ありがとうございます。I am so thankful to get the fight against Luis Nery today at Tokyo Dome.
今、ネリ選手と握手を交わされました井上尚弥選手です。改めてですけれども、その第1ラウンドダウンを奪われた後、セコンドでお父さんから声をかけられていました。どんな声をかけられたんでしょうか。
いや、もう覚えてないですよ。はい、自分自身必死だったんで、はい、ただダウンした瞬間に落ち着いて対処することができたので、普段のイメトレがこうしてここで、出たと思います。I don't remember nothing what my dad told me during the intermission, but that happening gave me motivation, and I'm really so focused until the end of the fight.
そして2ラウンドダウンを奪い返したその瞬間にセコンドの井上拓真さんと目が合ったように感じたんですが、その時はどんな気持ちだったでしょうか。
いや、だから覚えてないですよ。もうそのダウンした瞬間のことなんて覚えてるわけないじゃないですか。勘弁してくださいよ。And keep telling you, but I don't remember anything during the fight.
さあ、改めて井上尚弥チャンピオンも念願とおっしゃっていました。この東京ドーム、そのメインイベンターを務めた今のその気持ち、ファンに向けて一言お願いします。
そうですね、ここに、駆けつけてくれた、4万人のお客さん、今日は本当に満足する、試合だったと思います。またこういう皆さんが、期待するような試合をして、最高の試合を、していきたいと思いますので、今後とも期待してください。Thank you so much for everyone coming to see my fight. There are more than 40,000 people here at the Tokyo Dome. I promise I'll keep you the fight that you can get excited.
そしてルイス・ネリー選手という存在は日本ボクシング界にとっても非常に大きな存在でした。そのネリ選手にノックアウト勝ち、最後は握手をされました。どんな気持ちで握手を最後されたのか教えてください。
6年前に、日本での因縁があったというのは自分自身、第2戦会場で観戦していたので、 その皆さんファンの気持ちというものはすごく、しっかりと自分の中で、受け止めてはいましたが、ここ東京ドームでの戦いというのは井上尚弥 VS ルイス・ネリということで、自分はもうこの戦いに、集中して、心がけてきました。なので、勝った瞬間というのはやはりネリに感謝という気持ちで、握手に、求めに行きました。
I know there are some difficult feeling among Japanese boxing fans because of his fight again in the past, but yeah, I personally appreciate Nery. That's why I shook hand with him after the fight.
そしてチャンピオンにお伺いします。隣に2団体でランキング1位というサム・グッドマン選手が来ています。リングに上がりました。チャンピオンにお話を伺います。隣に並んで今後の展望をお願いします。
そうですね、次戦9月頃、ここ隣にいるサム・グッドマンと、防衛戦をしていきたいと、これから交渉していきたいと思います。
I would love to go into the negotiation
一言だけお願いしま
to
す。
fight against Sam Goodman in September.
Look, I've been mandatory for over a year. Either give up the belts or fight me. Let's get it on.
もう自分もベルトをかけてここまで戦ってきて、ベルトが欲しくてここまで戦ってきました。絶対やりましょう。
今後の井上尚弥選手にも注目してください。4団体防衛おめでとうございました。
What a brilliant performance from a brilliant fighter. He said it himself. Maybe that knockdown, that was the best thing that could have happened. Maybe that's what I needed to give me that extra motivation to go in there and finish this fight. And he said it wouldn't go the distance, and he gets the knockout victory in the 6th round. We'll take a quick look at the recap on how everything went down. And going down is what Inoue did in the 1st round. But after touching the canvas, he came back and just delivered an absolute masterclass against Luis Nery from that point forward. I mean, just a dominant performance. And there was the right hand that did it at the very end of the fight. And there's the knockdown suffered by Inoue in the 1st round at the hands of a left hook of Luis Nery. Definitely going on his highlight reel, but after that, it was all Naoya Inoue.
It was a clean shot, but yeah, like I said, it lit the fire in Inoue. That's the best thing that could have happened to him. He dropped him with the same shot.
In the very next round.
Yeah.
And they almost fell kind of the same way, too. I mean, Inoue spun around, but Inoue encouraging him to come forward, as after that point, Nery retreated to more of the counter puncher.
Yep. And a little too much because it required him to wait for Inoue to throw, but Inoue's too fast to be waiting. He throws too much.
And he threw that. I mean, literally just like cocked it right back and just let it go.
He doubled up with the right hand. It was right uppercut, then straight right. The straight right was landing the entire night.
He didn't even have to put everything into that shot.
No. But that's how much power he has. He doesn't have to turn his punch. He could throw his punches from the waist almost.
Impressive.
And if it lands, it's over.
Absolutely impressive.
Him
Impressed
and his
with
brother.
you tonight, Mr. Nico
Thank
Aliwash.
you. Yeah, no, it's been so much fun. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you for joining me on the mic. For my entire crew, my producer and director, Marty Corwin, I'm Christina Poncher. Thank you for watching. We'll see you from Perth, Australia, coming up May 18th.